call this meeting to
Our
order.
commission packet, and I don't have that email.
Everybody ready?
Wherever you are.
All right.
Chair.
All right, let's adopt the agenda.
So moved.
All right, can I get a motion to review and approve minutes from March 13th, 2023, the regular meeting? Any corrections?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, review and approve minutes from March 27th, 2023. That was a budget hearing.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Lila, are you taking?
For the budget, no, I'm just secretary nominating.
That is.
Yeah.
That is taken.
Okay, I just want to make sure somebody was doing that. All right. Do you have any public comments? Anybody like to speak? All right, moving on. How are you?
I'm here.
Do you want to go ahead? All right, is there any old business? All right, none. All right, let's start on new business. You let me know when you're ready to take over? Let me know when you're ready to take over.
Doesn't matter to me.
I will turn the chair back over to the chair.
Sorry, folks, I apologize. We're running late. My wife had a doctor's appointment that she didn't get out of until very late, and I had to sit with my son at baseball practice, so my apologies. First up, Blackburn Childers and Stegall Consulting.
Probably get it out of the financial management, back a little bit. We have just, presented the audit findings from the comptroller's office concerning the county. With the findings, there has to be a corrective plan drawn up as to how to bring things back in line and within the approval of the comptroller's office. Keep in mind the items that were found, and listen to the English, I'm not gonna say it in Swahili. These items were from the previous year. Anybody got any questions of that? Any? Previous year, not this year. Not only did they find it from the previous year, it will affect us in next year's audit. It was items that were found that were not journal property in our accounting from 2017. And that means that an accountant, bookkeeper, somebody, the accountancy is going to go back all the way from 2017, work herself forward to where we are today. And we're looking at more than a years of labor. Now, to be able to do that with, and in conjunction with a plan that has been drawn up by the financial director and approved by the financial management, we are, of course, everybody knows we are shorthanded. We lack one deputy director, one senior accountant, one accountant, I believe. And we are in search of that. We think we have two possibilities out of the three. But in the meantime, we have to go on and start correcting the problem as found by the audit. With that, this contract is for Blackburn Childers and Stegall. They are on contract to come in weekly to review the corrections that has been done by the existing staff we have, plus whatever new personnel we get in, to bring the audit within line and requirements of the state. And that would written, and that's in the amount of my memory is for $14,000. That is to cover, I believe, wasn't that a 3-month period? And there is a chance, depending on how fast we get additional professional accountants in, we may have to go for even more than that. Now, it is a cost of which we have no other way to get away from. We have no alternative. It's either do it or the state's going to come in, whichever, the county likes, which I don't think you want the state to come in on this. But the request is for 14,000, and it is to be come from the unfunded fund balance.
Are you making that as a motion, sir?
I can.
14,400.
14,400.
And Carolyn, is that set up as a fund transfer or a transfer from the unassigned fund balance and a budget amendment, or do we need to go ahead and take care of it now?
Not, because it was just an item to be discussed,
Okay.
but we can add that from the floor,
Okay.
which is what he's requesting.
All right, so we have a motion by Mr. Johnson. Do we have a second?
I'll second that. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Julie was a half a breath ahead of me. And second by Miss Julie Gwynn. Any other discussion? And so basically what they're coming in to do, Brad, is just go over everything that is being changed to make sure that it's in line and ready for.
That it complies to our state audit. And oftentimes you would think as the auditor said, well, okay, we have good relationship with them. They are used extensively by our staff to make sure that when they came on board, the entries and all the business that is performed is done accordingly to the state regulations. Well, the auditors can only provide so much service and can't jump off the fence. So the jump off the fence part is the
14,000.
14,000. They will come in, and if they have questions, that's when they go to the state.
Okay. All right. Anybody have anything?
Chair, just to add to Commissioner Johnson's comments, I think our new director was probably left out of the loop during our previous director's tenure. And I think we need to underscore the fact that that was one of the reasons that Michael Kennedy, if I'm not mistaken, left, because he was not given the responsibilities. And the former finance director kept it close to the vest, wanted to try to do everything to micromanage. And so I can understand why our current financial director was not included in that loop, and that's very unfortunate.
And to reiterate that, he actually bailed 30 days before he was supposed to, in the middle of a commission meeting.
Well, he was ordered by the financial management staff at the time that they would work close and have a good turnover to the new oncoming finance director. And that bridge collapsed quick. And then he exited early, which left the new finance director to have to go through and self-learn the system that the government has set up. Knowing the basic accountancy, which everything runs in it, but the special, everything in government, they have their own rules. So that was they've been working at a negative ever since. And also that we had brought on, you had one existing assistant director, and we brought on a new one, which has since left. And the instructions that was given by them, the financial management, were incorrect and did not comply to the state auditor, the state comptroller. So those are some of the areas that we're going to have to go back and redo the books all the way up. So I don't think anything else is there, Todd?
No, other than Director Watson has already changed the journalizing aspects of entry so that we are assured that the entries are being made in the proper fashion and can be so noted.
Yes, a lot of these things have been corrected, but because we do need to backtrack on some things, and because of the fact that our auditors for the state can only go to a certain point, and we just don't have enough people at this point to get everything done and have enough oversight. This provides that additional oversight.
Anything further?
And no, let me put something else on top of that. I don't know if you will cover it later or not, Commissioner Acuff, but we are in the process. Dr. Acuff has made contact with Dr. Ann at Milligan University, and he's also made contact with the accountancy of DTSU to where we can set up an intern program for the finance department to where we can accept graduate students that has background in accountancy can meet certain guidelines for training here, plus in the training will be working for the county on a part-time basis. That's still, so part of it's done, but the actual contract, writing the job descriptions, position descriptions and all that is still done forward. That way, we are assured that we will have sufficient amount, and hopefully, after the graduate student has completed their work, that they may be a great chance that they would stay on longer and become a full-time employee in the finance department.
Definitely good news.
Yeah, we're gonna make it happen first. You've got it outside John, it ain't gonna do you no good until it gets you.
Anyone else?
Not leave anything out.
No, the only question I had was we approved 26,000 total for the students and for the accounting firm. So do we need to include that in our motion instead of 14.4?
That would be separate. That would be separate, and I think,
The 14 was for the contract, the remaining was to be in a part-time scale, but I think, I said we have, in this year's fiscal fund, we have sufficient funds to handle it with the new budget. It will propose to increase in the new budget period.
all right. Seeing nothing further, call the roll, please.
Dr. Acuff,
Aye.
Julie Gwynn,
Yes.
Brad Johnson,
Yes.
Danny Deal,
Yes.
Layla Ward,
Yes.
Ronnie Cable, Aaron Frazier,
Aye.
Cody McQueen.
Aye.
All right, thank you, folks. Next up, items to be sold on gov deals for highway department and sheriff's department.
We have a list in the package. These will be presented in a document like they were last month to the commission, according to current audit standards. With the comptroller's office, this does need to be a part of the commission, but it needed to come from the committee first. Highway department has already vetted theirs, but the ones from the sheriff's department had not because they have a different setup. So since it related to money, that's why that was brought to this committee.
Anybody have any questions?
So in that, are you saying both lists are fine? Okay.
Yeah, we just needed to present it to the committee level.
I will make a motion that we approve these two departments. So I'll make it.
All right, I have a motion by Ms. Julie Gwynn,
Second.
second by Mr. Deal. Any further discussion?
When the funds received from the gov deal, does it go back into the office folder?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's equipment we've already paid them, we've already given them money for, except in Roger's case. It's his own fund balance, so yeah, but yeah, it would come back in, they can do whatever they deem necessary. Do what?
Highway fund.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll come back in.
This year, then it'll go back in your fund balance.
Does it go to their unassigned fund balance for them, or does it go back into those direct line items that they came out of?
It'll come in, it'll be part of the revenue, but it depends. If they don't need it this year, then it'll just roll back in his fund balance. If they had it designated, then it would get designated back when it was appropriated in the line. It would get appropriated on the expense side, but he's not gonna need it this year.
Yeah, what about Sheriff Fraley's? Because they don't have an unassigned fund balance.
It'll
We've got a
be,
reserve account, an auction reserve account that it
Yeah.
goes into.
Okay.
And then if we need it, we do a budget
they pull
amendment.
it out.
Thank you for the clarification.
I figured that if you go on the third page of it, the sheriff's department, vehicle number 01, I thought they could make that and shrine it instead of sell it.
I want to go.
01, Mercury Marauder.
Yeah.
That's got about as much history in it than the monument has.
Probably right, it does.
Make a statement and tell stories all day long.
We did also have them add the VIN numbers for clarification, just so that way it's more specific. And there wouldn't be any question as to which vehicle it was. Yeah.
Could be both. Coast going to go deals. No, this,
No, I did clarify with them, because initially they talked about even doing a resolution for this. And we basically said as long as it's detailed out. So what goes in the commission package will look like this, which will have the vehicle with the piece of equipment and the VIN number, and they said that was sufficient. So,
yeah, and this is all technically county property, and so it goes all out at the same time, so. All right, any other questions? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Dr. Acuff?
Aye.
Julie Gwynn?
Yes.
Brad Johnson?
Yes.
Danny Deal?
Yes.
Layla Ward?
Yes.
Donnie Cable? Aaron Frazier?
Aye.
Cody McQueen?
All right, moving on. Toshiba copier lease for the assessor's office. Ronnie's office, 63 months, $102.99 a month.
Yeah, this is just a standard contract that just needs to be approved. It's more than 1 year.
Floor's open for a motion.
I so moved.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Do we have a second? Second. For Mr. Cable. Call the roll, please.
Dr. Acuff?
Aye.
Julie Gwynn?
Yes.
Brad Johnson?
Yes.
Danny Deal?
Yes.
Layla Ward?
Yes.
Donnie Cable? Aaron Frazier?
Aye.
Cody McQueen?
All right, moving on. Budget amendment number, well, it's A on here. County Fund number 101, budget amendment 101A, or 8, sorry. Number 1, reallocate funds between line items for the animal shelter. Number 2, to appropriate funds for animal shelter for donations reserves. Number 3, to reallocate funds between line items for the sheriff's department. Number 4, to reallocate funds between line items for the trustee's office. Number 5, to reallocate funds between line items for building and grounds. Number 6, to appropriate funds for other local welfare services. Number 7, to reallocate funds between line items for planning. Number 8, to reallocate funds between line items for the mayor's office. Number 9, to reallocate funds between line items for the finance department. Number 10, to reallocate funds between line items for general sessions court. Number 11, to reallocate funds between line items for the county coroner. Number 12, to reallocate funds between line items for the county clerk's office. Number 13, to reallocate funds, to allocate additional funds for fourth quarter charges for Carter County 911 services. Number 14, to reallocate funds between line items for juvenile services. Total budget amendment, $73,362.76, with $15,600 coming from reserve funds and $23,000 coming from unassigned fund balance. Floor is open for a motion. Which one was the reserve funds?
The
Animal shelter.
Animal shelter. Sorry.
I'm bringing in question number 13, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
That being for our 911 service. That being a contract, that needs to be explained, I believe. Because looking back in previous year's budget, 22, 23, they were given the full amount, 220,000, I think it is, out of line 15,340. And what created the $20,000 increase?
Did they,
Based on what I could find from the original request was 225. However, the contract that I just got a copy of today, that was for last year, is for the $20,000 increase.
so the contract includes the $20,000 increase?
Yes, but the original ask from everything that I have been able to locate from that prior request was the 225. So I'm not sure what changed as far, or when it changed, or who discussed that change, because I just got a copy of that contract today.
So
I do have the one for next year, and that will be, that I also have a letter from them dated February. Those two amounts are the same for this coming current year's ask for the 23-24 budget, sorry.
But the contract that you had for 22, 23 was for 245 or 225?
245.
245.
What was in the budget was 225.
that's what I'm saying, there's a change in the contract, and the attorney, when you have a change in the contract, what's the obligation there? I mean, is there not fund balance in their operation? Or can anybody on the contract, if where they have an overage, that it's an automatic to the county's budget?
Yeah, the contract didn't change to my knowledge. I mean, that's the contract that, for whatever reason, the budget request, if that's what they requested, or the amount that was approved through budget, for some reason was 225, but from all indications I have, the contract said 245. I don't know why there was a difference there, but I mean, I think we're held to the contractual amount. Yeah, I don't know why that it didn't match. I can't.
They looked to see if there was any difference between the original contract of 22, 23 until present time of a amendment. And there has not been any amendment put through this committee here.
There's never been an amendment. And the contract, the form of the actual contract has been the same for many years. And that's all I review is the form of the contract. The money changes every year. Every single year, the money changes. So the only version of last year's contract I've ever seen has 245 on it. That's all I can say. And there was no amendment. So I don't know why that didn't jive with what happened during the budget process, but I can't answer that question. But the contract itself, the only version I've ever seen, says 245.
Well, examining through the whole approved budget for the county for the present year that we're in, it's been 225 all the way through. There is no mention of anything other than that.
That's all that too.
I mean, there's no documentation, no flow, no presentation of additions or alterations to the contract amount.
Yeah, I did go back and pull their original ask last year, which according to the information that I keep a copy of every year, was even a different amount than that. So I will tell you that the letter I have for this year and the contract that I have for this year, both of those do match. And I did check that to make sure that they did.
I would imagine once they see a contract, they probably didn't follow what happened in the budget process from 911. I mean, they just looked at the contract. So I don't know if that discrepancy just wasn't caught by them and nobody here. I don't know. But, I mean, if they have the contract, they're probably not looking at what happens months and months later.
Would there be a reason to think that our contract with them is $225 because they have multiple clients? Because not only do we pay, but I believe the city of Elizabeth employees pays, the EMS pays.
Our contract is specifically between Carter County and them. It doesn't involve any other parties.
Is there any way it could be a typo?
I don't know, that's what I went back to look to see if maybe it was incorrect in the budget, or maybe it was from the prior year, but the amount from the prior
It's-
year in the contract, which was
It's
before I
actually
was here, it was different.
spelled out in words and numbers. So that'd be
I
pretty.
questioned them today about this, and what they were able to tell me was that they weren't asking for anything. So,
Yeah, there's an invoice they've sent that hadn't been paid.
I mean, that's what I got.
I just found about it late this afternoon too, and I called their attorney to try to get something, but it was late this afternoon. I didn't get a response. All I can tell you is what the contract says.
Well, that's what I went back and pulled the stuff from last year, so I really don't know where the error lies, because my first assumption was, well, maybe it didn't get transferred over from the prior year, but that amount was different as well. And then when I pulled the original amount for the ask, it was actually more than that. So I don't know, but I do know that the stuff for this year with the letter I have and the contract I have, those two amounts do match. And we will know that going forward, to look forward, to make sure that we have a contract that does match with the letter, which I do have both of those documents for this coming year.
Do we know specific what the 20,000 is for? Is it for communications part of it?
Outside agency, they can do whatever they want to with it.
We just pay them quarterly, and
They do with it.
that's the fee that was just broken up quarterly, and the last quarter payments due, or whatever it is. I don't know why that would just, I mean, it's $20,000 short. We have the rest of it, so that's the fourth quarter payment is what's hanging out there.
Chairman, would it be inappropriate, unless this is time sensitive, to set this item aside until we can get an explanation?
If that's what you all want, I'm just not really sure what else to do other than contact them and see when that contract was drawn up. But also, if you look at this year's contract and the amount of increase they're asking for this current year, it is, the difference is the 245 as opposed to the 225. I did go back through and look for records and notes, and even went back to look for minutes.
That's what they're asking for the coming budget year. We're at am I mistaken?
The contract
It says
says
225.
245.
The
Contract says
that I see
245.
Today says 245, which was the contract for last year that I did not have before today. So
I'm
there was,
confused here.
I am too, because
Maybe the best thing is defer. Listen, we have other budget hearings coming up. Defer it and we'll see who screams the loudest. Then they can give an explanation.
well, because what went through the budget was 225. That was what Carolyn had on the budget line items, and that was what we approved through the commission. But the contract came in at a different rate than what was approved through the commission, yet it was signed. So where did the disconnect come through? Did we send it through at 225 and then come back and just send us the contract for 245? So.
And I'll say this, I haven't even seen a signed one. I don't know that it's signed. I haven't seen that yet. Nobody seems to have one.
yeah, the one I have doesn't have signatures on it.
They send them months in advance, and it don't take effect until July 1st. So, I mean, the contract would have been effective. Budget wasn't even passed by July 1st. So it's not like they did the bait and switch on the contract. The budget was approved way after the contract was ever sent. So I don't know if it ever got signed. The mayor would, signed by the mayor, if it did get signed, but she doesn't have a copy. Finance department doesn't have a copy. I don't have a copy. I have no idea if it got signed.
This is just too many loose variables.
Yeah.
I'm not going to defer it until we know what's going on.
Well, I entertain a motion to withhold that one in the approval of this budget amendment.
So Chairman, I'll make that motion to approve all items that you have designated, with the exception of item 1.
Item 13, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we have a motion by Dr. Acuff to approve with the exclusion of item 13 of budget amendment number 8 for County Fund General Fund 101. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Cody McQueen. Any further discussion?
We need to go in on the total on the, on this document to reflect the subtraction of the 20,000.
Yeah, that would make the new total 53,362.76 with only 3,000 coming from unassigned fund balance. Any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question on item 5.
Go ahead.
What is the evaluating and testing, and what is the architect?
I'm pretty sure the evaluation and testing, was that not over at the jail? And then the architects is for, I'm assuming, same? Mayor is in Nashville today, so she's not able to be here.
You got it.
They had additional funds that they could move between departments, which I will state this for commissioners that were not here during this budget process last year and toward the year end. So what happens, basically for the next 3 months is we will be going in and looking in conjunction with department heads and elected officials at their remaining amounts in their budget. So if they look like they are running out of money in a budget line, they have excess funds in another line, they start basically moving money around. What the intention is to get all the line items covered so that they're all positive. We did a very good job with that last year for the county. We did not for the schools because I didn't know that applied to the schools as well. I know that now. But you will see a lot of that of departments moving things around. I actually have already started going through each department's financials at this point, looking at what's unencumbered, if there are any negatives, if there are any things that look like they're getting close in their line items that they think they're going to need money for later on in this fiscal year. So you'll see a lot of things moving around in between line items. Doesn't necessarily mean there was something misbudgeted. They just may not have needed that money in that line item for this year, but they need it somewhere else because their circumstances have changed since we do these budgets so far in advance. So you're going to see a lot of this. You'll see some when you flip over to, for example, solid waste 116. That's a prime example of those 2 pages. That's what we did. I sat down with the director, looked at his line items, discussed what he thought he was going to need for things later in this year up through June. And that's the result of all these budget amendments. And so that pretty much is, from what I understand and from what I took from what we did last year, that's a pretty common occurrence. We do not want any negative line items at the end of the fiscal year. But let's face it, budgets are done way in advance, circumstances change, so sometimes we have to move things around.
Computers die, different things like that.
Yes. What we don't want to do is just go to fund balance every time they're short on something. We do want them to take it from their existing line items if they have it. And that way it clears it up for their budget and it doesn't touch fund balance unless it's absolutely necessary.
And it also ensures that the funding that they have is being utilized across their entire budget, and it doesn't necessarily one line item be like $100 short and it roll back into the unassigned fund balance.
Exactly. Another good example of this, which will come to this committee for the next meeting, when I met with Ron today, and we were looking through the building and grounds budget, and we were finishing up just tweaking a couple of things on his budget that he presented Thursday, is the fact that when we did the buildings and grounds budget, we only budgeted for workforce development to be for 6 months. We've had it for a full year. So that means all the utilities are going to be short, and the contracted services will be short because of the mowing and the gas and electric and so forth. So he and I looked today to see where we could pull other money from to cover it. But since we only budgeted that for 6 months and we've had it for almost the full year, and looks like we will have it through probably June. Hopefully it will be finished and completed by June. We're probably not gonna have enough money in other line items that we can use. There are certain line items in that budget, like capital outlay. Even if there's excess funds in that line, we can't pull those just for the general expenses. So just, that will come up in the next budget meeting, and it will be discussed at his budget hearing on Thursday, because we looked through that today, and I went through and tried to estimate what it's gonna be for the rest of the year. And it looks like those line items will be short, because we only budgeted for it for 6 months. That's what we anticipated. And even thought at that, we would have more money than we needed.
Yeah.
Now, here we are and still have it, so.
Is that given consideration that the state is reimbursing the county for certain activity at workforce development right now until they come in and take over, because they've been giving us reimbursements? Is that also keeping in mind that when we're looking at the final figure?
I will go back and confirm. That I don't, off the top of my head, I'm not exactly sure. I'll go back and confirm before I answer.
I understand that you have to balance your line item. That's an amendment. But when I see $10,000 for an architect, then I want to know what that architect did. That's an explanation, wouldn't you think? For somebody, and $10,000, I want to know what that $10,000 went to architect for. Not just to move it from line item to line item and make something balance. But we're buying something, so what are we buying for $10,000?
Is there an open PO currently for it?
There probably is, off the top of my head, I'll be honest with you, I don't remember, because I do hundreds of these a day as far as approving and leaving POs. So right off the top of my head, I'm not sure. I can text.
That's what I was getting ready to
Want me to
do.
ask him, do you remember by chance?
Well, there's only two projects ongoing right now. One is wrapping up, and I think they've started moving, and that's in the finance department, which was under an AE contract. And the second one, which is denoted here, for the evaluation and testing of black mold and all that.
Yeah, I sure said,
I
yeah,
know
I know
that
what that one is.
The AE, it may not have been in this funds. There were several preliminaries as to layout and to renew the facade on the building to make it functional to the second floor. Now, whether that's involved in this, I have no idea. But that's the only two things
The window gutter project that's been let out for bids and awarded.
This is replenishing, yes.
Okay,
They didn't have any.
okay.
when the project, and you had the AE, that could be, I'm not telling you that's what that's for. That was the other one.
I get sort of confused whenever I see money going somewhere and nobody can tell me where it went. I don't know where that $10,000 went. I know it says architect, but what project did it go to?
The same.
There's nothing taken out of the architect line. So they were moving it around. It was paid out of the wrong line.
So the money hasn't been spent yet. You're just moving it to the line so it can be spent. My assumption is, and I can't tell you for 100% sure, that it's the bill for the window architect's fee and the window gutter project. But nobody spent money, so there's nothing to show until it's actually moved to be spent. This is just moving it. Then there'll be a PO.
Yes, because you can't, I can't approve a PO unless there's money in a line item.
I understand that. I completely understand. But before you put that in there to be approved, you should have a plan to spend that money once it's approved. Who is that money going to once it's approved?
I'm sure they do have that. Right off the top of my head, I don't know, because this is not my department. So I don't know all the detail for all of the departments and all of their requests. We can go back and research this one further if
Oh, here it
you'd
is.
like for me to.
Oh, she said it's not the architect line. I'm moving from the architect to the other line, not into the architect.
Oh, so she's moving, so they gave us the budget amendment back.
So it's taking, they are decreasing the architect and increasing the
Other contracted services.
And I bet that's for mowing.
Now, other contracted,
Increase, they'll decrease.
yeah, so they probably, when she gave us, when they gave us the budget amendment, they gave it to us backwards. Because that's what I was just getting, that's what I was kind of thinking, that's why I said, do you want me to research this further? Because I do know from the other contracted services with the mowing, especially up at Workforce Development, as I was just saying, we've had that for a lot longer than we anticipated, which that's why I said, do you want me to research this further? Because that was in the back of my mind, but since I did not request it out of my department, it was requested out of a different department. I didn't want to speak for them without having the specific information.
Maybe we just need to do a better job of explaining, those departments need to do a better job explaining where that money.
Well, and what we are doing now that has also been done, which does take a little bit longer, but especially this time of year, is we are trying to vet through these a little further. What has happened before is a lot of times they basically come to us and we just send them through as they are, as they're presented to us. However, what we've been doing is we've been going through and looking at them, trying to make sure that they all make sense. That's what I was talking about for putting 116. We go through and I kind of sat down with him and we talked through them all.
She said it should be in the notes that she sent you with the amendment.
I don't have that in front of me. So, but that makes more sense, that would be increasing the other contracted services, which is why I said, do we want to hold this one? Because as my discussion with Ron today, that would have made more sense because I know that is one of the line items that will be short and will need to be funded.
As long as, I think if we tack on a friendly amendment to change it to switch the order of those two lines, that should be enough.
Yeah, that should be, that.
'Cause that makes more sense.
That makes complete sense.
Well, I'm just saying that just a few words don't tell me anything about where that money's going, where it's coming from, decreasing another line, increasing and decreasing your lines. But 2 or 3 words don't tell me anything about what that does. We just need to do a better job, I think, of explaining where the money moves from and moves to and why it moved it did. Because the commissioners looked at this, the whole commission's gonna look at it and will say, what's that $10,000 going?
We can request more information from the departments if
I think
that.
it would be more beneficial to everybody if we did do that.
Yep, we will make that of that.
So in essence, on this one, just to be denoted that line 399 be sent to the decrease on line 304.
Correct.
Yes,
Be on.
which makes sense to me too.
Everybody okay with that change in the motion? Dr. Acuff?
Yes, sir. Fine with that.
Any other discussion? All right, whenever you are ready, you may call the roll. I know you got some writing to do.
Dr. Acuff,
Aye.
Julie Gwynn,
Yes.
Brad Johnson,
Yes.
Danny Deal,
Yes.
Layla Ward,
Yes.
Donnie Cable.
Yes.
Aaron Frazier,
Aye.
Buddy McQueen.
Aye. All right, moving on, landfill fund, number 116, budget amendment number 5. Item number 1, to reallocate funds between line items for landfill. Item number 2, to reallocate funds between line items for landfill. Item number 3, same, 4, same, 5, same, 6, same, 7, same, 8, 9, and 10. All the same, or no, 10 is to reallocate funds between line items for landfill salaries and benefits. But the first 9 are all to reallocate funds between line items for landfill.
I agree with you all went line for line. Number 10 tell me that they're short in all them line items. There's a possibility they're gonna be shorted before the end of this fiscal year.
Which one? Sorry, I was looking at the.
Okay.
Line item number 10 is all the salaries one.
116. Go to the
Yes.
last page.
What I did on this one, on the piece for the salaries, I create a schedule during the budget process that I take everybody's line items in total for all salaries and benefits. And I project out based on what they currently are I did it for March. And then I project it out for the remainder of the year plus what the accrual would be. So when I do that, it came up with, yes, there were shortages in line items. Now, on this particular department, there were a couple of instances as we went through the budget hearing that we found that some people had kind of changed around positions. That is something that has to come from the department head, elected official, to tell us to move people between departments if they make changes in their staff throughout the year. He has sufficient amount of money, as you can tell, to move around in his budget to do that. But some of those line items will be short. You will see some line items or some budget amendments looking like this. For example, for the sheriff's department, we had one that was probably 100 lines long last year, if you remember, for the sheriff's department, where we moved things around, where people were taking different positions and moving around, and what we had originally budgeted did not hold true for what the actual operation was. We had plenty of money to cover it. We just had to move it between line items. So this is based on where the current projection is that he will come out for the end of the year. He does have a positive balance at the end, but we are moving money in between line items.
Yeah, because there's no new money for it because it's total 97,000 from fund balance zero and unassigned fund balance zero.
Yes. And in departments that if you have a department that has 4 or 5 people in it, typically that doesn't happen a whole lot. In a department like this, where you've got lots of different people that are moved in between positions because he has been short in several positions, that's not uncommon. The good news is he did have enough money to cover all of it, so that wasn't a problem.
We got the same problem here as we have before. We don't have an explanation. If Ms. Carolyn hadn't been here and explained that to us, we wouldn't have known what this. Basically, we've got a one-liner. Relocate funds between lines to landfill. All we got. She was here to explain it, or we wouldn't know what was going on.
But second to Mr. Table, if you look at the numbers that are being increased in the various important line items, that indicates that Ned Primer can't add for the budget. That tells me that their management skills is close to about a 3rd grader.
Well, we also switched.
That's half of their salaries, and you're gonna tell me as a director or a chair of that committee that you're gonna miss 50% of their salaries to have to move from line items to make sure you have sufficient amount?
Once you set your line items for budget or for salaries, those changes shouldn't be this way. This is it's a accounting management issue. Have this many amendments in this situation. And I know we're balancing things out, but it shouldn't be. We're moving 16,000, we're moving 23,000. We're moving a lot of money in and out of these accounts.
The truck drivers went down to 16 part-time.
Got labor.
Part-time was gonna come through though,
We've got
because we switched.
a whole host of people moving.
Well, and on the part-time line, we knew was gonna have to change because we changed 2 people from part-time to full-time. And at that time, we didn't do a budget amendment to change the funds over. So we at least knew that one was gonna be in there, any of the 2 part-time lines. But the truck driver line is a little confusing.
Well, even on the laborers, what you don't, on the part-timers, what you don't realize, you don't know. We approved, the full commission approved, taking 2 part-time positions and make them full-time. That would eliminate the 2 part-time completely. Well, I'm sorry, they went right around and hired part-times back in his position, which puts you in a deficit for your salaries.
This thing, they give the truck drivers a raise.
That did occur to me, I can't remember.
I couldn't remember for sure. On that 1449 or something like that. That would,
That's a piece, yeah, and I don't
take money,
remember.
that's where they need more money in truck drivers.
No, they took money out of truck driver line.
Yeah, well,
10,000.
he's been very short-staffed, and I know he's used people in other, based on our conversation, let me put it that way. He's used, if he had someone that was in another position that had the CDL or had a licensure that they could drive a truck, he moved them to do that. But they didn't obviously change what they were being paid out of. And so there were several items like that. From that standpoint, I understand what you're saying, but from my standpoint, I can go through and I can look at where they are now and tell them what they need to do to fix it. I also recommended, because of all these changes, which we did the same thing with the sheriff's department last year and have done some to the extent this year, is we've gone through and said, let's look at individuals and just make sure what documentation you have sent into the finance department for payroll is coming out of the correct position account. And sometimes we find that they have forgotten to send that information to us. We can't go get it. They have to submit it to us. We can't make any changes without it. And so sometimes when we go through this, we find that as well. And I know I have kind of tasked him to do that. Let's sit down and make sure that all of your people are being paid out of the correct line items, because we as the finance department don't have any idea, because we don't know what they do. We just know what documentation we have that's been submitted to us, and so we pay them out of those line items.
Things like this, things that causes us a bad opinion on our audit, doing things this way, moving things and not having explanations of what took place. Larger digs, and when they dig deep. And Carolyn's trying to fix something that's hard to fix because of the situation we're in.
All I can do is fix the end result of something like this. That's all I can do. And then go back and say, let's just look and make sure. I know circumstances have changed. But typically in a large department, like what we saw last year with the sheriff's department, I mean, it was the same thing. And that was the same thing. We've moved around people in a smaller department who usually don't have a lot of that unless somebody's taken on additional responsibilities or you've had a change in staff and had to change things around a little bit.
Floor is open for a motion, anything.
Chair, while they're thinking, can I?
Sure.
Carolyn, did you or somebody in a previous conversation mention to me that we might have an audit finding for the coming audit because of excessive overtime at the landfill? Is that something that's a possibility? I do see on here that overtime has a decrease of $8,000, so I'm hoping that that's a good thing.
It is, they have cut back on that extensively. When it was brought to my attention and I brought it to their attention, multiple emails had gone out to that department about concerns about their overtime. And so from everything that I've seen at this point, that has been rectified.
Very good. Thank you.
That would have also been why we moved the two part-timers to full-time.
Yes, that did rectify that problem, a lot of things,
Thank you.
according to the director.
Because the majority of these are just to balance out the line items for the end of the year.
Yes, and I will tell you, if we do not do that at this point, we are in the third quarter of the fiscal year. If we do not do that at this point, regardless of how we got to this, it will be a write-up on the audit. Which is the whole reason to do this, is to make sure that it's corrected and that it is not a write-up on the audit, because at this point, we're too late in the fiscal year to do it. But the analysis that I do, until we get to this point, there's really not much point in doing it.
Yep. Thank you, Ms. Gwen. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Ward. Thank you. And call the roll when you're ready.
Rico?
Chairman, before we do that.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
I agree with Commissioner Cable. Is there any way before this meets or hits the commission floor that we can have a little bit more explanation? Instead of saying reallocate funds between line items for landfill.
Well, I will tell you the payroll one is based on my projection of where they're going to be at the end of the year. I did that, so I can tell you that one. On some of these other ones, not all of them, I went in and sat down with him basically and told him, I see these line items that look like they're either going to be short or they are short. The others are where they have a PO pending and they don't have enough money in that line item to fund that PO. So all of these, I went through and looked and said, okay, you're short in this line item. I don't know why, because it's not my operation. However, you have excess funds in this line item. If you don't think you're going to need them, let's fund it from that point. So I can tell you this one just because I worked with him on this particular item. Because we don't want to ask for any additional monies from his fund balance, and we don't want to ask for any additional monies from the county. So that's why we go in and just basically look to see what their differences are. When we go through these budget hearings and you see these budget reports, the red column is what they had left from the previous year, which is what I'm giving to them to try to help them see, okay, last year I didn't use but half of the money that we had allocated in this line item. So instead of having to ask for additional money, we might want to move some of that money from this line item to another. During the year, things change, circumstances change. You may have an extenuating circumstance that caused you to spend more money than you were planning. So sometimes best laid plans don't work out, but that's one reason that when you look at these budget schedules that I give out, the big legal size paper, that's why that column is in red, to kind of highlight it to the department head. These were monies that you did not use last year. Do you need to reallocate them to a different line to kind of help with some of that process?
If you'll remember, they've had two pieces of equipment breakdown this year, so they went through the majority of their machine and equipment parts. Probably pest control costs went up.
They did on several.
Propane went up.
Yes, and those did on several departments. It depends on how much it went up and how much the usage is this department as opposed to a different one. Their circumstances could have been different.
Mr. Chair, I've got one question.
Go ahead.
Increase on director for $2,000. Increase on the director line item for $2,000.
catch. 400564, 54.
Director, increase of 2,000.
Yeah, I mean, that's just when I went and did my analysis, that's what it came out as.
That position didn't change. And so I was just wondering where that came from.
Yeah, because I literally just do the analysis and look at the line items that are in that budget because I had to move even between, you'll notice these encompass all of his department lines. I could not take the difference from just that department line and the salary. I try to take it always from salaries and benefits and not touch the rest of his department expenses the same way in the lower part that's below salaries and benefits. I try not to ever go up and take anything out of salaries and benefits unless it's absolutely necessary and there's an extensive amount. Say we put insurance in there for somebody and they didn't take it. That could be a large chunk in there. I try not to skip between the two, but I did have to go between his three departments in order to balance all of them. There was not enough money in any of them to just balance that one by itself.
You can't change that statement before this goes to full commission. Then I would request that you be there to explain to the commissioners what happened here.
I mean, I'll be at the meeting.
Do the best you can.
Yeah.
I think they need to know what we just learned.
I think Mr. Deal brings up a good point. Why is the director line item short? Because his is supposed to be a flat salary.
There's no,
I don't know. I'd have to go back and pull all his payroll records to look at that. I'm not sure. Like I said, I don't look at people when I do this. All I do is look at line items and go in and try to project based on what the accrual would be for the line item for the end of the year, what the taxes would be on that accrual. So that's how I do it. I don't look at specific people. I just look at line items and try to project them out.
What bone you biting on, Brad? You jerked that piece of paper out of there real quick.
My memory is as dangerous as a cocktail. You can make a horse rear end out of you real quick. What I was doing was referencing the audit findings. And in 2+, you had an investigation ongoing. We don't know what the outcome of that's going to be till they report out.
That's still ongoing?
Oh, yeah, that was, somebody reported out that I'm aware of.
Any other questions? We have a motion and a second on the floor.
Anyone familiar if he would have taken money from his own payroll line item and moved it somewhere else, or fourth an amendment to move it somewhere?
Yeah, I did the one for payroll. I did that based on my projections, not the director.
This is indicating an increase in his line item, correct? Is it?
Yeah.
Has he made any other alterations to it throughout the year that you're familiar with that would have created?
Not that I'm aware of, but I don't get into that level of detail in payroll.
Well, if that took place, that goes through,
That would go through the
that
committee.
goes through their committee to whether that can be approved, because remember, they're under a private act. They have certain authorities that just the regular department head doesn't have.
But it still had to come
The
through.
sad thing of it is, some of it takes place and some of it doesn't, and nobody, I hadn't seen any documentation as to whether, and there's not really a way to explain it, I guess, about.
I mean, I can look at it further. I will tell you, and I mean, this one could be the one to move. The salaries can be deferred until next month. It'll have to be done next month or we will be in non-compliance with what the audit requires. I can go back and look at it again. I can see if I made an error in it, which is always a possibility because I've done a bunch of these already. Just looking at general projections. It's just during his budget process, I looked at this one more closely because we were looking very specifically at salaries and benefits. since I already had it completed, I said, let's go ahead and knock that one out. I will tell you some of these other ones we do need to do, because I know there's POs waiting for equipment and machine parts, for example.
Yeah, well, I don't think this is the one that has, this section, I don't think has as many questions on it, because it's just a reconciliation to make sure that it's clear through the end of the year.
Yeah, because what I do as well with these, once I get all of them set up and I've looked at them, I look at them again before we get to year end, because let's face it, things do change. I'm not always aware of all those changes within those departments. And so I go back and look at it again, and sometimes have had to even do additional budget amendments because something has changed. My goal is to make sure that we are in compliance with what the comptroller's office has requested, is that we don't overspend line items. Payroll line items get spent out whether there's money there or not. All I can do is try to rectify it and make sure they're cleared up before year end. I have no control over that. They get paid out whether the money is allocated there or not. If that's what we have the documentation for, paying for payroll.
Any other discussion? Call the roll when you're ready, sir.
Terry Cup,
Aye.
Julie Quinn,
Yes.
Brad Johnson,
Yes.
Danny Deal,
No.
Layla Ward,
Yes.
Johnny Cable,
No.
Andrew Frazier,
Aye.
Cody McQueen.
Carolyn, I'll reach out to Director Kemp or Chairman Kemp as well to find out if there was something that came through that was going to cause that to be put on there. Because that line item itself, that one line should not be one that changes. The other ones, by and large, I can kind of see, because when we switched those two people over, there should have been sufficient funds in there to move over to those main line items to fill those roles. I don't know why, we switched those two positions from part-time to full-time. They shouldn't be short in the part-time lines.
Well, and I know they did move people in between positions, so the other ones I agree did make sense.
Mhm.
I know when I looked at this, I'm like, well, that doesn't make sense. And I thought, okay, well, something happened. I don't go to all these committee meetings, so things could change. Not every piece of paper that goes through the payroll department, of course, comes across my desk. I don't have to sign it at that point because their committee has approved it. I will go back and look at my calculation to see if I made an error in that particular line, just in case. You never know, there's always a possibility.
Yeah, well, and these people need to get paid, and the line items don't need to be short, so that's not really, that part of it's not yeah. I mean, the people have to be paid. They're doing a job. Just because there was a mistake made by somebody else doesn't mean those people don't need to get paid.
Yeah.
So,
I will definitely go back and look at this again, specifically look at that line item just to see, because as I said, this is a big, huge Excel spreadsheet that I created just to get us to this point, because before
there was nothing.
there was nothing. And so when I could see, and I know that there was an issue that was written up from the prior year where line items were negative, and when I met with the comptroller's office and the auditors after the audit, I kind of asked them, what is your recommendation? And so during that discussion, that's why I created that spreadsheet. So that's primarily what I use to go through and try to make sure that we are going to be in compliance at year end. So, I mean, it could be a formula error. I'll go back and check, and if it is mine, I will let you know.
And also, one other thing, whenever the previous director left, he did not leave us with all of the documentation, like all the spreadsheets and stuff like Carolyn said she's had to recreate. We didn't get it back.
Cliche, the captain of the ship is going to take it short regardless.
Yeah, exactly.
It don't matter, the captain's going to pay.
Yep.
I mean, that's it.
All right, moving on. Drug fund number 1, yes, sir.
Before you move on.
No problem, sir. Go ahead.
A text message from a citizen. I don't know that this can be corrected. I don't know how this system works. they certainly can hear us, but the camera is focused up there and not on the committee. So I don't know if that can be adjusted or not.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you.
Probably vibrating like crazy too, because it's funny, the air conditioning unit sits directly above that wall, and it causes, when you zoom in with the camera, it's like, it's crazy.
The light flicker in, that's what shows.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Dr. Acuff. Moving on, drug fund number 122, budget amendment number 1. To reallocate funds between line items within the drug fund for the sheriff's department, $4,000. Nothing, no new funds, no reserve funds. Motion is, the floor is open.
So moved.
Thank you, Dr. Acuff. So who was the second? Mr. Deal, thank you, sir. Any discussion? I'm going to call the roll, sir.
Dr. Acuff.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Brad Johnson.
Yes.
Danny Deal.
Yes.
Layla Ward.
Yes.
Donnie Cable.
Yes.
Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Buddy McQueen.
All right, moving on. Highway Fund number 131, budget amendment number 5. To reallocate funds between accounts and line items for the highway department for a total of $128,700 with $100,000 coming from unassigned fund balance. What you paving, Roger?
Schools, Happy Valley Track and Central, the new parking lot we're building for, we've done got it graded out, and got stone on it. We're asphalt money. We've got $20-some thousand left in our line item for asphalt, $62,404. So we don't have the money to pave those roads, pave that part of the school. That money will come back into the fund balance when the school pays us back for what we do. That's the reason we need it. We paved the parking lot out here. We don't have that money back yet. We should go into the fund balance. We paved Hughes Gap, half a mile of it, because under a federal contract, safety contract, we're putting guardrail up for half a mile of it, and I wanted to pave it before we do that. Plus the highway market Thirst Mall coming out of North Carolina really needed to be paved. And the only way this fiscal year that we didn't pave the school work is to have that $100,000.
Any discussion?
One thing, asphalt went from $74 on the contract to about $100 now.
Oh, it's up over, because I know last time I heard it was like 92. So it's going up
Maybe
again.
92, but I mean, it fluctuates, but the asphalt's went up, the asphalt cement is going back up. Petroleum products. Some of the other items are, we're needing to buy a new computer and software for our gas station, which wasn't budgeted, but we're taking money out of the other line to do that because we found out, Anthony, that Gas Boy is the old computer we got won't handle Microsoft. So we got to have that plus the new program in order to keep our gas station going. And the other line, at the bottom, that we're just changing stuff around. We spent more money on certain parts and services outside of the garage, on equipment than what we thought we would. So we're putting money around out to take care, so we can keep the parts, buying parts.
Thank you very much. Motion by Mr. Johnson. Do we have a second? Second. Second by Mr. Deal. Any further discussion? May call the roll when you're ready.
Dr. Acuff.
Aye.
Julie Gwynn.
Yes.
Brad Johnson. Danny Deal.
Yes.
Layla Ward.
Yes.
Donnie Cable. Aaron Frazier.
Aye.
Buddy McQueen.
Moving on, general purpose school fund number 141, budget amendment number 9. Line item, or line 1, to reallocate funds between line items within the pre-K budget. To reallocate, line 2, to reallocate funds between line items for the bus garage. Line 3, to reallocate funds between line items within the CTE local budget. Line item number 4, to reallocate funds between line items for regular instruction. Item number 5, to reallocate, to appropriate funds for math and science textbooks. Item number 6, to reallocate funds between line items for the transportation department. And item number 7, to reallocate funds between line items for the Board of Education. For a budget amendment totaling $949,675.32, with $850,000 coming from unassigned fund balance.
So moved.
The director has a finger up, so, and it's a polite one, so.
Chicken and wind float. South will come, we will, the wind will blow.
I didn't see this.
Okay, so number 1, so did you put it in? I'm sure before I make this comment. So I don't know, so. Did she specifically think it needed to be in 141? Okay. The first one we need to take out because that, I believe, I had gotten an email from Leanne for the pre-K budget. And that typically comes out of 145. So that was the last minute adjustment. So the school department is still on Easter break. Otherwise, I would confirm that with Leanne. She's not available today. So I will confirm and let you all know on Wednesday. But as I was reading through this one, I realized I had included it. So the stuff that I sent out
Well,
Saturday had it in 145 because that's typically where that line item comes from. So we would need to confirm that with them to make sure that it's coming out of the correct fund.
well, what I will say to do is we can move line item number 1 to Thursday, considering it's been advertised as a regular budget meeting. And
Well, some of these need to go ahead and be approved because.
I was just saying number 1.
Yeah, take that one out. Well, I put it in 145 because
Oh, okay.
according to the account numbers, those are in 145.
Oh, okay.
So I added it at 145. That's one of the things that I added from an email that I got from Leanne that was one of the last minute kind of things we did.
Okay, so we're just going to separate item number
We're just
1
gonna
out.
take number 1 out.
So the motion would be for items 2 through 7. Dr. Acuff, is that okay?
Yes, sir, that's fine.
Still looking for a second.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. McQueen.
One other comment that he just made me aware of. The one, which one was it?
It's number 6.
Number 6. So I went to a meeting with the director of schools and here, because like I said.
Oh, he's over there.
Leanne's needs to be in hers. It needs to be.
Is in
her.
145? Okay, thank you. I didn't see you sitting back there. That helps for
I think the
clarification.
CTE probably needs to be under federal. Is that what she's getting ready to say?
No, the budget amendment number 6, that was to move the diesel fuel.
Yeah.
That one, we may need some additional clarification on because there is, when I got back over here and looked and I spoke to Amanda after we finished our meeting before she left, she did not give me the 3-digit code that goes on the back of it. There's not enough line item for the 000. So she and I are going to talk about that on Wednesday to see what code that needs to come out of. So it just has the wrong last digit, 3 digits on it.
Okay.
Yeah, and I noticed that after I got back over here because I emailed, or actually you did, and I emailed her and called her and she'd already left. So I told her we'd look at that on Wednesday. And we would, figure out what line item, because I'm out of town tomorrow in Knoxville in a class. And so we'll look at it on Wednesday, and then we can let the committee know on the meeting on Thursday night what that 3-digit code is. It still needs to come out of that line item, it's just not 000.
We do need to try and get that, the money though.
Yeah,
We won't be able to run the buses.
exactly. That was gonna be my next comment, is we do need to get this one through, because they are going to run out of fuel for the buses if we don't put this through.
Dr. Acuff, will you accept the friendly amendment to have I'm assuming it's the program code, or is it the location code that has to
The
be
location code.
with the aforementioned corrected code? It looks like there's one on teacher salary as well.
Yeah, that one, sorry, it's the location code, not the program code. That needs to be corrected, and she and I are aware of that. We actually, all three of us talked about that Thursday. When we came back and looked, what we typically have been trying to do now, which has not been done in the past, to kind of rectify some of the stuff you were talking about. You know, we get, as you can see, lots of budget amendments. So what we've been trying to do is go back and look at them to see what makes sense as we can, especially that's why we're asking to get them earlier. Now, unfortunately, this time of the year, as we get to the third quarter of the fiscal year, they come in pretty quickly, and we're still trying to get budgets done and everything else. So not to make excuse, it's just not every single one can be 100% vetted to every single line item. Sometimes they know what they need. But what we try to do is go back and look, especially for these larger ones, or if we have something pending, we try to go back and look and make sure that it's not going to create another problem with asking for money to be moved out of the wrong line item, or there's not enough money in there. So we do try to make sure that they make sense.
Sure. Recalculate
The total wouldn't need to be,
at the end.
oh yeah, for taking out line item one.
Line item one, because that one just needs to go to Fund 145. Brandon, you said that is correct, right?
What's the?
That Leanne's does need to come out of 145.
Let me get a fresh total.
Yeah, because I did add that at the end of the package from an email from him.
Looks like the new total is 943,550. Somebody care to check me on that? No change.
940.
943,550. We're just pulling those four off of this one, those four increases.
Yeah, he said he got the same thing.
Okay. The corrected total for that budget amendment is 943,550. Any further discussion? Call the roll when you're ready, sir.
Dr. Acuff?
Aye.
Julie Gwynn? Brad Johnson?
Yes.
Danny Deal?
Yes.
Layla Ward?
Yes.
Donnie Cable?
Yes.
Aaron Frazier?
Aye.
Cody McQueen?
All right, moving on. School Federal Projects Fund number 142. One item to recognize and appropriate the original budget for Innovative School Models Fund for 22-23 in the total of $1,641,000.
Motion to approve.
By Ward, do we have a second?
I'll second.
By McQueen, any discussion?
I have a question. Dr. Carpenter. We're new, some of us are new commissioners. I think I've got a handle on what the innovative school model funds are. Would you explain that, please?
It's a grant, it's over 4 years. I think it's actually bounced around a little bit. They changed, how some of the schools were funded, but I think it's about $5.8 million over 4 years. And it's used for CTE. The main purpose of it is the drive to 55, to have 55% of Tennessee's with a post-secondary certification. So that is initial, what you're looking at now is just our first year moving forward. That's getting the program set up at the facility we've talked about, where we're partnering with some of the industries.
Mainly for high school?
Yeah, it does dip down into the middle schools, but it's a small portion. It's an introductory courses, some introduction to some CTE program. The main focus is of the high schools.
Is the FY 22-23 correct? So it's for this school year that we're currently in? This says 22-23, so it'd be the current one that we're in. Current, yeah, the date on this says 22-23.
Right, I said, yeah, what that is it's finishing up this one, and it actually is changing the name of it now to the innovative, the innovative school model, and the next one is innovative high schools. So it's kind of switches around, but the next one's coming up. What you're doing now is kind of reappropriating on last year what we did.
Okay.
Are these building improvements going to be on that building that y'all just bought in Hampton?
Yes, it's paving, fencing, things like that.
Any other discussion? Call the roll when you're ready, sir.
Dr. Acuff?
Aye.
Julie Gwynn?
Yes.
Brad Johnson?
Yes.
Danny Deal?
Yes.
Layla Ward?
Yes.
Donnie Cable?
Yeah.
Andrew Frazier?
Aye.
Cody McQueen?
Next up, food service fund number 143, budget amendment number 4. Line item 1, to reallocate funds between line items for food service, summer school salaries increase. Line item number 1 again, to reallocate funds between line items for food service, summer school salaries increase, all the same thing. Total of $11,150. No new money. Floor is open for a motion.
We'll move.
Mr. Cable, do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Deal, any other discussion? I call the roll when you're ready, sir.
Dr. Acuff?
Aye.
Julie Gwynn?
Yes.
Brad Johnson?
Yes.
Danny Deal?
Yes.
Layla Ward?
Yes.
Donnie Cable?
Yes.
Andrew Frazier?
Aye.
Cody McQueen?
All right, moving on. Head Start Fund number 145, budget amendment number 5. To reallocate funds between budget line items for FY 22-23, $6,125.32 with no new money.
So moved.
By Dr. Acuff, do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Cable, any other discussion? May call the roll when ready, sir.
Dr. Acuff?
Aye.
Julie Gwynn? Brad Johnson?
Yes.
Danny Deal?
Yes.
Layla Ward?
Yes.
Donnie Cable?
Yes.
Andrew Frazier?
Aye.
Cody McQueen?
Thank you, folks. Now moving on, School Federal Projects Fund number 142, budget amendment number 9, correction. To correct budget amendment number 142, number 9, item number 2 from March 2023, for a total of $52,135.87.
Let me make a comment to this, and this is something that I discussed with our auditors as well. if we go through one of these meetings and there is a typo, or if somebody sent something to us and it's wrong, or even if it's stated incorrectly in the minutes, we cannot go in and put it in the correct way. It has to be put in or revisited in another meeting to correct it. So that is something that we have discussed that evidently has happened other places, may have happened here, I don't know. But we actually caught one, I caught one in the minutes of a meeting that it was obviously a typographical error. And so I happened to be talking to one of our auditors at that moment, and I asked him, I said, well, what happens in this circumstance? And she said, regardless, that's what's in the minutes. And so this one was an error in one of the account numbers. It was just a typographical error. But because it went through that way, it has to be corrected and approved through another meeting. So that was information for me that I don't know that you all were aware of either. So we can't go in and fix it, even if we see it after the fact and realize it's wrong. Because like I said, that was a typographical, and it was obvious that it was an error in how it was done. But because it went through and then it was approved, we have no choice but to go ahead and put it through again. So this, basically, we're just correcting a typographical error on this. And there probably will be none.
See how
That I
they,
caught.
how they find it. They say where you wetted your eraser. So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Thank you, Mr. Acuff. Any other discussion? When you're ready, sir.
Dr. Acuff? Julie Gwynn?
Yes.
Brad Johnson?
Yes.
Danny Deal?
Yes.
Landon Ward?
Yes.
Rodney Cable?
Yeah.
Aaron Frazier?
Aye.
Freddie McQueen?
All right. Moving on, monetary donation listing for the animal shelter, and all these are for the animal shelter. Total of $3,116.
So moved.
By Dr. Acuff, do we have a second?
Okay.
By Mr. Cable. Any other discussion? Call the roll.
Dr. Acuff?
Aye.
Julie Gwynn?
Yes.
Brad Johnson?
Yes.
Danny Deal?
Yes.
Layla Ward?
Yes.
Rodney Cable?
Yes.
Aaron Frazier?
Aye.
Freddie McQueen?
And last up for this section, non-monetary donations from Walmart totaling $854.27. Motion to approve. By Mr. Deal,
Second.
by Dr. Acuff. Any other discussion? Call when you're ready, sir.
Dr. Acuff?
Aye.
Julie Gwynn?
Yes.
Brad Johnson?
Yes.
Danny Deal?
Yes.
Layla Ward?
Yes.
Rodney Cable?
Yes.
Aaron Frazier?
Aye.
Freddie McQueen?
All right, folks, I'm gonna call a 13-minute break before we get into the
The finance director exit the courthouse because she has to go to she died tonight because she has class tomorrow.
You heard that, didn't you?
Yeah, I was told to leave.
We'll be back shortly.
Instagram and flying the Friendly Skies and Allegiant or Southwest or Delta, you may not see those ads in those airports or in those planes, but everybody knows what a magazine is. I love it when I had a member actually drop one of these off. She dropped off this one, the Angler. She was in Key West and she was like, oh my gosh, I saw this when we were in Key West and I saw our ad in there. So if you want to see these, I'll pass them around, but I'm gonna take them back when I leave. They're all tagged if you want to see what those may look like. Are there any questions on how tourism and chamber are separate? Anything I need to re-explain or address from the meeting, from the finance committee meeting? Okay, great. So the Chamber Foundation was formed 2 years ago, and one of the things that we've been really focused on doing is what can we do in our community to make it better? One of the things that we focus on a lot is business and business retention. The last 2 years, we've seen a lot of new small business and small business opportunities come to Carter County, specifically with the influx of new people that have moved into our community. I don't know if you've noticed or not, but everybody that lives here now is from California. And it's so fun to hear their new ideas because a lot of times they have a great idea. They come in, they're like, hey, we have this fill in the blank. Where I used to live, and I noticed you guys don't have one at all in this region. We want to start whatever that may be. Or they say, I want to start a shop that sells coffee and really big cinnamon rolls and does catering and has the best lattes, and I want to do it downtown Elizabethton. And we say, I don't know, you should do that. So it's a great opportunity with our business retention program. It's affectionately referred to as the BRP. It's free. It's a program that we do every single month. We meet every single month right after the Northeast Community Credit Union's free networking program. Again, the key word here is free. It's designed for brand new baby business owners. So our baby business owners, they know their craft. They know what they're selling. They know what their merchandise is. They know what their service is. They don't always know that the IRS does not care that they are new, and they will take them to the IRS jail if they do not pay their IRS taxes. They don't always know what it means to have a website and what SEO means. They don't know what it means to have those Google hits. They don't know anything about marketing. They don't know how to get the word out about their business. So we've designed this workshop to meet every single month and bring in the experts to come and talk to them about and address the issues that they're having when it comes to those first 24 to 18 months of brand new business. Statistics show that in the first 24 months, 18 months of business, brand new business, if you can see any kind of profit or at the very least break even, you're likely going to make it. If you make it 5 years, it's more likely that you are going to be substantial and stay in our community. And that's ultimately what we want to see. So that's why we designed the BRP. So far, we started in January. We've had anywhere from 35, usually we have about 20 to 35 folks show up. Sometimes it's new people, sometimes it's people we've seen every single month. They're absolutely taking advantage of this, and they're all over Carter County. The only requirements are that they're starting business in Carter County, and that's it. And they don't have to be a chamber member. There's no membership fee. There's nothing. They just walk in the door and say, hey, I'm getting ready to start a dog bakery, and I don't know how to do it. And we'll say, well, let's see what you've got. Let's see your business plan. And we try to really get them connected with who the experts are in our community. Because if your Chamber of Commerce doesn't know literally everybody in town, I mean, that's one of the things that we thrive on and that we really spend a lot of time doing with our small businesses. So that's one of the 3 programs we're asking for. The second program is our nonprofit connection program. We have a lot of nonprofits. Anybody want to guess how many nonprofits, registered nonprofits are in the county? Yeah. It's in your packet, but it's about 400. Now, a lot of those are churches, so a lot of your churches are registered nonprofits as well. But there's a difference in a registered church that's a faith-based organization that's a nonprofit and a registered 501c3 that does a service. So if you have a church that is a nonprofit that doesn't actually do a service, or if you have a church that also does a service, that's where we're looking at those. So think about 200 different nonprofits in our community. The same group of people who are moving in from all over the United States all have a great idea, and they all want to do a lot of the same things that we already have happening. So they come and they say, man, I want to start a food pantry. And we say, well, we've already got a few. Why don't we just, instead of replicate, duplicate, let's be stronger than the numbers we have. Or sometimes they have a really great idea, and it's something we want to help them thrive and really be successful in our community to serve the rest of those folks that need the help the most. So Nonprofit Connect is similar to BRP. One of the things we do is bring in experts every month. We meet with our nonprofits. We are constantly sending out information on grants. In my past life, I was a grant writer, so I actually have the knowledge to be able to back it up on how to write these grants. So if any of our nonprofits, and again, they don't have to be a chamber member, there is no fee, it is free, we meet once a month. This month, we're gonna cover volunteers. How many of you volunteer for a nonprofit? I'm sure most of you do. I bet some of your folks have said, maybe they've said, gosh, if such and such wasn't here, we could get so much more done, and they don't know how to fire that volunteer. I hire a lot of volunteers. I do. I have a lot of people call me and say, can you come help me get rid of this volunteer and re-put them into another place? A bad volunteer can absolutely take down your nonprofit. A lot of times it's structure and boards. A lot of times it's getting those articles of incorporation together. A lot of times it's people who have a great idea and they want to start a nonprofit, but they don't know where to start and how to get that 501c3 or that 1030-90Z. This is where we focus with our nonprofit connection. It's something, again, we do for free. We do it year round. Any of our nonprofits call us all the time. We have had, let's say our last 3 have been on special events and how to do a special event. This one's going to be on volunteering. And then next month we have one that is on grant writing, and we're bringing in our friends from East Tennessee Foundation. And the third thing that we're asking for in our allocations is for a new program that we have that's called Chamber Life. This came from a conversation that I had with one of my Chamber Youth Ambassadors. So we have a Chamber Youth Ambassador program. It serves high school students, juniors and seniors in all 5 of our schools, all 4 county schools and the city schools and homeschool kids. We've been doing it for years. This is nothing new. I'm sure you guys have seen pictures of all of these kids and Patty Woodby, and they're so fun. They love to come down here and meet Mayor Woodby, and she's great to walk them around. Actually, I think, Ginger, aren't you going on a trip this week? Ginger's getting on the school bus with these children and going on Industry Day on Thursday, tomorrow. It's tomorrow at 8 a.m. We're going to Snap-on. It's a lot of fun for them to get out there and learn what it means to be a Carter Countyan, why it's great to live in Carter County, why it's a great place to live, work, and play. So we had one of these Chamber Youth Ambassadors. She graduated. She went to University of Tennessee. She's in med school. And she called me last year and she said, hey, I need to ask you a question. She's got great parents. So this is not a story of somebody who doesn't have any parents and she doesn't have, she doesn't have any connections or anything like that. She doesn't know who to ask, and she wasn't ready to ask her parents yet, because this can be real scary when you know that you're going to tell your parents you're about to do something that you're not sure if they're going to like or not. She called me. She said, okay, I'm going to University of Tennessee. I have this great opportunity at the Med to become a phlebotomist. And I took the classes at TCAP, which was something that we connected her with Chamber Youth. And the light bulb went off like, oh, wait, I can go through this 18-week program or 18-month program to become a phlebotomist and make more money at a hospital that I want to work at anyway. Then I'd make it for Chick-fil-A. Okay. So she went through all that to get that certification while she was in between her senior year and her freshman year of college. So she's got an offer at this hospital. She's going to UT, med student. She doesn't know how to quit Chick-fil-A. She has an opportunity to go work at the hospital where she wants to work as a phlebotomist, that she's done she doesn't know how to quit Chick-fil-A. They all know how to get the job. They all know how to write the resume. They all know how to present very well, but they don't know how to quit the job. They don't know what a lease means. They're not 100% sure what predatory lending is. And it's not a failure of our school system. Our school system is fantastic. They absolutely prepare these kids to be the absolute best that there is. It's a lot of times it's something that they don't really think about, that these kids don't really think, oh, I'm going to have to quit a job one day, right? How many of you have been in the same job that you're in right now that you've been in your entire life? Anybody? Right. Just you? Just you. Okay. Not me. I've switched a few jobs. I think that there's a disconnect that they don't know that they can reinvent themselves, that they can transfer schools, they can switch degrees, they can change their mind. And that's something that we've tried to stress to them in the Chamber Youth Ambassador program. So and a lot of times that they've maybe made some mistakes along the way, whether it be that college or college in general wasn't for them, right? We've gone to school for the freshman year, we've gotten in and maybe partied, or maybe it just wasn't for us, or whatever the situation was, and they've come back home, and now they're not necessarily failing, but they're kind of floundering, right? They're not sure what the next move is. They're not sure if they want to just work. They're not sure what is next for them. So it's that relaunch program that we want to do this summer. It's probably going to be a 2-part, 3-part program. It's just going to be during the day. We may meet at night. We're going to do a survey. If you want to know when kids want to meet, ask them. They'll tell you. And really bring in the experts in our community that answer the questions that they have of, okay, I thought that I wanted to be a veterinarian, and then I realized I had to deal with animals that were sick. Who knew, right? Like every single one of these kids that tell me, I want to be a veterinarian. Like, you have to deal with sick animals and me. Then they realize they get into that program, like, I can't deal with sick animals and their owners. I can't do this. What am I going to do? And they don't know how to change. Or I've gotten all the way to UT Chattanooga and I hate it. How am I going to transfer? What do I do next? Or I've been working at this job and now I've changed my mind. I want to go back to school, but I'm 20. How do I become a 20-year-old freshman? right? It's that reinvention. So it's something that we want to do this summer. Again, it's open to anyone and even if they haven't gotten to that point yet, because I feel like there was a gap that happened with COVID that these kids that are now, my kids are 16 and about to be 15 and they're sophomore and freshman, and it's really wrecked their life, right? But they're starting to come out of it. I feel like they're going to get out unscathed, but it's the 2 years ahead of them that something has not connected. Do you know what I mean? Like they've missed something, and I don't know what it is, and I can't quite put my finger on it, but having that ability to come to something where it's not your parents telling you you have to do this, you have to do that, you need to go here, you need to do this, you have to get out of the house, you have to make money and be successful, but having that ability to be part of a program that tells you, yeah, let's change your mind. You're still gonna have to do something productive, but let's figure out a way for you to change your mind, change your course. It's not the end of the world. It's gonna be okay. And hear from the experts in our community, hear from the leaders in our community who've changed their minds, who have had different careers. Again, it'll be something that's free. We'll open it up to 17 years old to about 21 years old. If I have somebody who's 16 and really wants to come, I'm gonna let them in. Same on 22 years old too. We feel like we're probably gonna capture about 40 students per session. So it's just like a mini workshop. Did I explain that well at all? Does anybody have any questions? I gave you a packet of information, so.
General question. Here. General questions.
Yeah.
I have three that I like to ask. They've been asked before. In financial management. Which it was, question is, what are the profits to the activities that the chamber creates, executes, completes year to year? What are they?
We don't, what profits? Like through membership?
Everything is free.
Well, through our,
Ice rinks, all the activities you all have.
so the ice rink is not the Chamber of Commerce. We talked about that at the Finance Committee. That is Parks and Recreation. They run that. That is their funding. That is their funding that they earn. We get no money from that. We never have.
Okay, second one. How much does the city invest in this?
I've asked, and I don't know yet because they have reported back that we find out after the city councilmen go on a retreat, so maybe this summer.
How much have they previously?
We've never asked before. It's the first time I've asked the commission and the first time I've asked the city.
What's the amount that you receive from the hotel, motel, tax, bed and breakfast?
That doesn't pertain to the foundation or my allocations.
Own chamber, you get it from her. How you divide it's up to you all.
We don't take any money from hotel motel tax dollars for chamber or chamber foundation. We don't have any, there's no money that crosses over from chamber foundation or chamber or regular chamber. So we have foundation and then we have regular chamber membership.
Do you receive any fund from the hotel, motel, bed and breakfast, campground taxes?
Not for the chamber or for the chamber foundation.
Do you receive any of that funds? I don't care what you title yourself.
Tourism receives, last year tourism received about
That amount
$300,000.
has tripled in 3 years.
Yes.
And now they're coming in and asking for more.
So I'm not asking for tourism. I'm asking for the chamber foundation and the chamber.
I did anything you want to.
But it's two separate things. It's completely separate. We cannot use hotel motel tax dollars for any of these programs. And I have to keep tourism dollars separate to only go towards tourism.
It is, Mr. Chair, if it is worthy of us using taxpayers' dollars here for the gain of the county, you would think that our partners, city, would also see the value of it to invest. They don't invest. I recommend we don't. We match what they do. I mean, I tell you, everything is growth here in the city, so that means everybody outlining the limits are at a disadvantage.
Don't feel that the chamber would exclude anybody that opens something in Hampton or Rome Mountain or.
Most of my small businesses have opened outside of the city limits. Most of them are campgrounds.
Hotel, motel tax.
Right. But they can't be used for the programs that she's trying to run. They can only be spent on tourism. These are separate programs. This is, the Chamber Foundation is a 501c.
We're C3. The main chambers is C6. The tourism has its own EIN for tourism.
Yeah, it has its own reporting because it has to be reported in under, it has to be reported back to the county the way that it's spent and what it's spent for, as well as in its own line item to the IRS, because it has its own EIN.
But my point is that such a tremendous increase, fourfold in the past 4 years on the hotel motel tax, and nobody yet has come in here to be able to explain where the money went.
I'm pretty sure I explained it really well with the financial report you received.
We're pointing fingers at each other, but as far as an investor,
Well, the breakdown for the programs that they have that are presented here are here.
okay,
Correct.
the taxes that came in, hotel motel, was in the amount of, but I think it's $227,000. Where did it go?
Let's
We
in the
had no
financial-
that kind of businesses in Hampton, or Stony Creek, or West Carter County. Where does the money go?
We submitted our financial report that I'm fairly certain Ms. Watson was able to provide the last time, but that was only for tourism. Tourism doesn't have to come and ask for allocations because it's part of the contract, so there's not a reporting part that we have to do for that. We never have.
What was the total number of visitors last year?
That we had for tourism, we saw 400 folks come into, about 400, 450 that came into our visitor center. We sent out about 5,000 different visitors guides or relocation guides. They're one and the same. And then we kind of measured off of what our campgrounds do. So we usually check in our peak season. So we start in April and then we go all the way through October to see how all of our campgrounds, cabins, and cabin rentals are doing. I checked with my friends at Roan Mountain. Last year, she saw about 800,000 guests. Now, she can extrapolate where those folks are come, but the end of that doesn't necessarily reconcile with us. We just want to know how many people are there because whether it's you and me and we live in Carter County, we still pay that hotel tax dollar. Or it's somebody from Louisiana, they pay the same tax dollar. Vera stays booked. She's booked solid. She thinks that she's booked solid this last weekend for the race. We usually check to see what our friends at Big Cliff have. She's pretty well booked up. A lot of those are specific wedding venues because their wedding venue has come up pretty good at Big Cliff. Sugar Hollow has picked up and Blackberry has picked up. We expect to see a bigger pickup this year too with revitalization of the cabins at Lakeshore Marina too.
Did the state give the tourism numbers for the county for last year?
They haven't given us the last year's yet because they just finished up this quarter. We don't get them till May, but yeah, they will.
What was 2022's?
Our numbers for what we had come in, 2022 was not much behind what we had last year. I think they had a higher peak as far as like tourism that went to Roan Mountain. She saw about 1 million people last 2021. So for 2022, she saw about 850,000. We don't know why. If it's weather related, we don't know why. My campgrounds had a lot more. So they're about neck and neck. There was a little bit of an uptick for 2022 from 2021. 2020 is when it was wild because nobody could go anywhere. We were all stuck inside for an entire year and nobody could go near anybody. But we found a way to tell people and advertise. And that's one of the things we spend our money on is like, hey, come to Carter County. You can stay in a cabin with yourselves safely. You can go hike the Appalachian Trail safely. You can go on a rafting trip with a rafting guide safely. You can pick up food to go. We really did an initiative with a lot of our businesses and restaurants. Like, hey, if you've got a way for people to order online and to get it to go, we'll help you build your e-commerce page. But give them a discount. And we made sure we sent that information out with all these folks. And that's where we saw that big surge in camping. One thing that we saw that was pretty interesting is that we saw a 33% increase in fishing, and it's never stopped. Like we thought it'll die off in 2021. Everybody wants to go fish right now in 2022. You can't do anything else. Never died. Isn't that weird? I thought that was an interesting one.
So it jumped up 30% and stayed there?
33%, and it stayed there. It's always been fairly level, but it jumped up 33%, and it's never gone down.
And it sounds like that's more of a reporting thing than it is probably.
That's TWRA, because you have to buy a fishing license no matter where you're from. I mean, if you're fishing for a day, if you're fishing for a week. But we saw that increase. And that was one we thought was interesting. We expect to see more tourism with the Bill Dance Signature Lake Series that's coming in. We're at the mercy of the state of Tennessee on when we can promote that. We won't until they release it. I didn't come to ask about money for tourism. I came to ask for money for the Chamber Foundation.
I understand.
No worries. I'm happy to answer questions about tourism.
I think it's confusing for people because it's looked at as one organization and that you guys get the funding and can do whatever you want to once you get the funding, but it actually has to be spent on specifically on advertising.
Correct. Advertising, marketing, community events. You know, I left in that second page of that handout that I gave you a list of the different events that we put a lot of tourism dollars back into this community. It was about $100,000 last year. Everything from fireworks for the 4th of July fireworks, everything from, we did put some money back, reinvestment money back into the rink. We put money into philodendron, rhododendron, community music festivals, a festival at the lake. The half marathon is coming back. The Omnium is coming back. And, you know, the Omnium was something that I specifically asked for in 2020. I came to the commission and said, can I have $5,000 to bring this world-class in here? And you gave it to us. And we've, you know, the challenge was we want to give you this money, but we want to see you make it stay. And it's grown exponentially every year. We've actually seen people move here because of the Omnium.
Strangely enough, they sent me the PO for that.
They did. Send it to me. I'll take that. Send it to me. Yeah. And that's something that we fund now every year through tourism. A lot of different events that are coming up this year we'll plan to fund again.
Joy, I assume on your revenue side, the sheet that you handed out tonight, that these programs are either paid for by individuals or like your boss lady. I mean, do people contribute to that? Do they pay?
So some events, yes, but most of them, no. We have 2 events that are through Boss Lady that are paid, and the money that we use from, and that's with the chamber, not with the Chamber Foundation. Those funds go right back into the free programs that we have. So we have a women's conference that is on May 12th. If anybody would like to buy tickets, on May 12th. And then we have a women's lunch. That's at the end of the year, usually about November. But the rest of the year, we have free events. We just hosted one on March 30th at Castle Defense on women's self-defense. I thought maybe we'll have 5 or 6 people come. We had 20 women come, and they did not want to know how to get away. They wanted to know how to kill you, which was interesting.
This is Carter County, so.
They were how you were going to die. But we do those events throughout the year. We have about 15 different Boss Lady events that are free. Anyone's welcome to come.
Are there any opportunities for grants through chambers of commerce, the U.S. Chambers of Commerce, or any other sources out there?
Now, we came with our C3 that we just started last year, but we've had to wait 2 years to be able to apply because we didn't have enough data. We didn't have enough information.
No, not enough financial data.
We didn't have enough financial data to be able to report. We did just apply for 2 grants with our C3. It's really difficult for us to apply for grants for our C6, and that's where our membership is driven. So anything that you see that's chamber related, that's membership, or anything that has to do with any political entity, like our legislative breakfast. Because we have that C6, it's very difficult for us to write grants for that part of it, which is why we started a C3, so we could write funding for the rest of our programs.
Well, I think, at least sitting here on this budget committee, I want to make sure that the folks that we, or the entities that we give money to, they've got skin in the game.
Sure.
And to me, that means they've got to find a way to get outside sources, even outside this county, to fund their activities.
Yeah, we do with most of the rest of our events. We specifically have sponsorship. Like if we do an event, we always have a big sponsor for it. It's something that we spend all year doing to be able to bring that sponsorship dollar. And like I said, the 2 events that we have with Boss Lady, we save that revenue, we put it right back into those programs. It just turns right back around. Sure.
And the foundation is the one that's doing the business retention program?
Business Retention, Nonprofit Connect, and our Chamber Life program.
75%, all the operating money for the foundation comes from the county.
I've asked the city, but it's not been my turn yet.
We're providing 75,000, 110,000. Taxpayers in town of Carter County.
I mean, like I said,
Foundation.
that's what I've asked for, yes.
Being a foundation, they can't reach out and generate more revenue.
No, we can generate more revenue with sponsorship. Ticketing, or if we're going to do a fundraiser, we could absolutely bring in more revenue.
County's footing most of the bill right now.
We haven't ever received funding yet. We've never asked, so. We've been doing these programs for 2 years. We'll keep doing them. It's hard for us to be able to provide quality programs without having funding to back it. We can't grow.
Any other questions for the director? Hearing none, thank you, Mr. Cray.
Thank you. Thank you.
Elizabeth, the Senior Center.
Senior Center.
Are you, Ms. Shell? Thank you for coming tonight. Give everybody a couple seconds to get their stuff located.
I've been squeezing the life out of these. I'm sorry. Yes, I'm Brittany Shell. I'm the Executive Director of the Elizabethton Senior Center. It's totally off the way. Have enough for you guys. I'm passing around a PowerPoint that I did, our brochures, and our newsletter that our members get monthly. And there's a typo in the newsletter. It says in March, but this is April's newsletter. Oh my goodness.
Thank you.
Yep. There's the newsletter. We go by. So the Senior Center, I probably went through some of this last year, but I see some new faces. So the Senior Center is asking for $26,500 this fiscal year, which is what we are currently receiving for next fiscal year. And that's also what we're currently receiving for this fiscal year. But I do want to tell you a little bit about what we do, how long we've been in the community, and who we serve. The Senior Center is located on 428 East G Street, which is right in between the Health Department and Charlotte Taylor. The Senior Center began in a house on the current property, and then in 1981, the city built the building for us, and that's the building that we currently use. So the center is approaching 55 years old. This October will be the center's 55th anniversary, and we're going to try to plan something big. So this mission of the center is to enrich the quality of life of the seniors in our community by promoting their ambitions, capabilities, and creative capacities. I have some pictures on there on the PowerPoint. You can't see them that well, but they're of our seniors during the activities that we do. Here at the center, we pride ourselves in offering opportunity for the nourishment of our seniors' mental, physical, and social well-being. The center serves as a hub to improve access to activities and connection to resources for all seniors in the community. The Senior Center serves individuals age 55 and up, and 55% of our members are Carter County residents, and 45% are residents of the city. We always have a larger population of county residents than city, and that's been pretty consistent through the past decade, I would say. According to 2020 census data, individuals who are 60 and over make up almost 28% of the Carter County population. And this is growing, as Joy was talking about. We're seeing people walk in who are from New York, California, all parts of the US who are moving here and they're wanting to get involved. And I have had so many new people from all over just come in and join the center. And they're our most dedicated volunteers as well. The center currently has 440 active members, with 364 of those being over the age of 60. The average age of a member is about 79 years old. So we have 90-year-olds that do yoga, and they're very active. So we are seeing some younger seniors join as well, though. Some of the programs that we offer, we have quite a few amenities at the center. We have a well-equipped fitness room. We have that serviced and maintained every quarter. I also got a grant this year, and that purchased a new piece of equipment. We try to use grants for new equipment and maintenance and that kind of thing. One treadmill for one piece of equipment for one treadmill is $1,800. It's pretty pricey when you go to work on that equipment because we use industrial equipment. It lasts longer than like a personal treadmill or elliptical would. We do have a fitness room. With the fitness room, we have a billiards room. We have a small library, and we have internet access. And I've recently applied for a grant to get new computers and tablets so that we could have technology classes. We've had several seniors ask about that. And we're also going to use it for our grandparents raising grandchildren, as they need to have some classes on navigating these school apps, checking grades, attendance, and so forth. Some of the weekly programs that you can find at the center that are offered every week is weekly classes such as balance, toning, strengthening, cheer yoga, gentle flow yoga, line dancing, aerobics, and a really popular event is bingo every Friday. We accumulate sometimes 60 or more folks on Bingo Friday, which is free. We buy all the prizes, and they're just like little Dollar Tree prizes, but they have a really good time with that. The center offers programs focused on financial, medical, mental health, and other challenges that our seniors face in the community. We have a lot of partnerships in the community with other nonprofits and businesses to try to get programs in for our seniors. I've introduced a monthly craft, musical hour, and gaming hour. Some of our partnerships, just to name a few, I won't go through the whole list, is UT Extension, Area Agency on Aging, Legal Aid, Red Cross, Boys and Girls Club, the library, and more. And sometimes we have evidence-based classes that could be 6 to 8 week courses. I'm currently getting trained for a Walk with Ease program. It's through the Arthritis Foundation. And once the program starts, it'll be like a little 15-minute course, and then we'll start walking, and we'll do that through until it gets maybe June, before it gets too hot. But we are trying to implement more programs like this. During COVID, we had to shut down, and we were really unable to offer anything like this. So we are seeing a gradual increase in participation and stuff like this. Programming, so I went through that. Meals on Wheels and transportation are two huge services that we offer. For the transportation, we do get money from Area Agency on Aging, which is state funds, to provide free transit to and from the center, and do a weekly grocery run to Walmart. I have people come from Blue Mountain to the center every day and that do their grocery shopping that way. That go to Walmart that way and take their groceries all the way back to Roan Mountain. So it is a very needed service, and we're very grateful to have that. And then the other huge partnership that we have is with First Tennessee Human Resource Agency. The Meals on Wheels program. So combined total of our congregate and our home delivered meals, we send out about 500 meals per week. And that includes the dine-in. We serve a hot lunch every day at 11 a.m. And then we have meals that are sent out through the county and the city. Just Roan Mountain and Hampton alone, in addition to the Stony Creek area, is 125 hot meals for folks that would otherwise probably not receive those. So we coordinate with the volunteers. They're very lovely people. And if we didn't have them, we wouldn't be able to do it. It's a job. And I think we have cat food and dog food delivered for folks that have pets. So it's a really near and dear issue to our hearts. And we have a nutrition coordinator that is a contracted employee in the center. So we have the kitchen and everything that we provide for them. And it's a pretty huge program that we offer. It's very crucial to our community. So funding. So one thing I didn't talk about last time that I wanted to talk about this time, and just to kind of clarify, the senior center is considered an agency of the city, not a department. And so the city owns our building, but we are considered an outside agency when they fund us. So they do some repairs and maintenance on the building, but we pay our building insurance. I do the payroll. I sit down and pay the bills myself. We have 3 employees total, including myself. We're operating on the bare minimum, trying to be as responsible as we can. I'm applying for every grant I can get my hands on. But grants are very specific, and when you need money for operational costs to keep the lights on, there's not always a grant for that. So we do have partners that give us money. You guys are a huge partner. City of Elizabethton, United Way, Area Agency on Aging and Disability. And about 16% of my budget this year I'll be raising through fundraising, membership dues, and grants. So we're usually responsible for anywhere from 10. This year it's 16%. It's a little high, but I am looking to consolidate a position. What is 2 positions will become 1, and that person will be a part-time bookkeeper and a part-time clerk to help with signing new members on. As we're having more and more people come into the center, it's important that we have somebody able to do that. And I need to get out in the community and engage more with the community, and I don't have really the time to do that, to network and to build the foundation of resources that we need and to make the connections that we need. So another person being in the center would really help with that. If somebody needs help with utility assistance, housing applications, we've helped find people apartments, and that's staff that sit down and do that for folks. We will fill out any kind of assistance application that you need. So over the past few years, and I attribute some of this to the pandemic, but our operational costs and our supply costs have substantially increased, and we're continuing to get like the same amount of money. So it's getting pretty tight, but I just wanted to kind of throw that out there. But all in all, I want to thank you all for your support for decades that you've supported us. It means so much. We exist to help our seniors because of funders like you. And I really would like any of you to come by the center, and I'll take you on a tour. I'll show you around, and Bingo Friday is the best day if you want to meet somebody that they're in a good mood. So please come by. I'll take you on a tour, show you around, and introduce you to some of our seniors. That concludes it. Does anybody have any questions?
Does anybody have any questions for Director Shell?
But that's a good thing, guys.
I know one of the ladies I go to church with, she.
Yes, ma'am.
Are the lunches provided free of charge, or is there a small fee?
So there is what is a suggested donation through the First Tennessee Human Resource Agency, but no one is ever turned away and no one is ever asked to pay. If I ever hear someone asking to pay or someone saying you didn't pay, that's not okay. So if you walk into the center, you do not have to be a member. You can have lunch. No questions asked. So that's very important to me. That's very important to me that no one asks anything about if you paid. If you have the money to pay, and some of our members do, but if you don't, there's no questions asked. You can have a hot meal.
Any other questions?
I just want to say thank you for what you do for the seniors and the veterans. I'm a veteran and I'm a senior.
Well, we have a new veterans group starting this month, actually next week. It's a new veterans support group that we're opening up to the whole community. Any veteran can come, and you're more than welcome. There'll be donuts and coffee. So if you want to show up, we'd love that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time, guys. Have a good night.
You as well. Next up will be Arm. The green folder. If you guys have anything to pass out, go ahead and while we're getting our stuff together. If you don't, welcome. And if you don't mind, introduce yourself.
Okay, I'm here to introduce Daniel. I come to you for 4 or 5 years, and you saved ARM when you first started financing us, and I'm very appreciative. We have had Faye Ingram as our director, and she's been wonderful, but she decided to go to the House. And our assistant director is Daniel Banks. And he is, I stayed off the hiring committee. He's my nephew. And he has a master's in humanity from Milligan University. He writes, he directs, and he acts and plays. And through the humanities degree, he decided to help humanity. And this is a perfect thing for him to do. And Daniel can speak. So Daniel.
Nice to meet you, Daniel. Thanks for coming.
Thank you. Like Liz said, my name is Daniel Banks, and I'm the new executive director at ARM. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of ARM. Assistance and Resource Ministries has served residents of Carter County since 1991. So that's 1 year after I was born. So it's been around almost as long as me. And the organization was originally formed by the Carter County Ministerial Association in order to give our community a central location that would supply for the needs of people in need. The idea was to lessen the load for local churches and to better help our community and avoid duplicating services. At ARM, every week we distribute food and clothing, and I believe we're still the largest food pantry in Carter County, certainly one of the oldest, if not the oldest. I'm not positive of that. But we're fortunate to receive funding from local churches still, and from individuals, and local businesses, as well as grants. We partner with Second Harvest, Food Bank of Northeast Tennessee, and our United Way affiliate. And we've been extremely fortunate to have received support both from the city of Elizabethton and from the Carter County Commission. And for that, I cannot say thank you enough. Our client numbers do fluctuate, but we regularly serve at least 400 families each month, often closer to 500. And for the month of March, for instance, we served 424 households for a total of 824 individuals. And actually, those numbers were a little lower than we were anticipating for March. I think it's because of spring breaks. I think people were out traveling. That's my best guess anyway. Of the individuals in March, however, 45 of them were new clients. And that's not unusual for us. We see a lot of new clients coming in through the door fairly regularly. And these are people who may have lost a job or gone through a divorce, had a medical emergency, or some other major life event has come up. They may just not have the resources that they had a month ago. We don't really ask questions about why people are coming to us beyond we do ask for income information to ensure that we're serving people who have genuine needs. But beyond that, and beyond living in Carter County, we really don't ask too many questions. But we listen if people want to tell us their stories. And I mentioned this mostly to highlight the fact that the people that we serve at ARM are not just numbers. They are our neighbors, they're our community, and it's very important, I think, that that we remember that these are human beings walking in through our doors, asking for genuine needs, and it's very important that we receive them and welcome them and give them what we can. So in 2022, we received $7,500 from you all, and this year we're asking for $8,000. Recently, SNAP benefits that had increased during the COVID-19 pandemic were cut. We've already begun to hear stories from individuals and families who are feeling those cuts. We anticipate that we will continue to see increased numbers of clientele as the effects of those cuts continue to sink in. At the same time, as we all are aware, food prices continue to go up, and we all see that at the grocery stores all the time, and how much more people who were having trouble before our inflation set in, how much more trouble they're having these days. It's hard to even know. But we anticipate that's going to keep happening. And we're fortunate that through our partnership with Second Harvest, we're able to distribute USDA food, as well as food picked up from large retail donors. So we pick up from Walmart and Sam's Club. We just recently started picking up from Publix over in Johnson City. And we're very thankful for these sources, but the reality is that if we relied on just those donations, just those food donations, our shelves would be empty pretty quickly. It's more and more we're having to go out and purchase food to make sure that we have the supply to meet the demand. And so that is basically why we've asked for just $500 more, is to help to cover the costs of the increased food costs. We do also have a need that we're working on figuring out estimates and doing some roof repairs, and that's still up in the air exactly what that's going to look like. But like I say, we're fortunate that we do get funding from a variety of sources, so that's why we haven't asked for more in that instance. We just don't know what those costs are going to be quite yet. But because we expect that our client numbers are going to continue to increase while food donations from large donors probably continue to decrease, and the potential for roof maintenance, we're asking for your continued financial support and have asked for the increase of 500, and in addition to the 75 from last year. At ARM, we believe that we have a chance to make a difference in the lives of our neighbors, and we're working for the good of the people in Carter County, and we know you are too. We thank you for your support and hope that you'll continue to support us.
Anybody have any questions for Director Banks?
How's the refrigerator doing?
Great. It's wonderful. We actually have been able to, because we now have 2 fridges, one of them we set at a higher temp and one of them we set at a lower temp, and we're able to store different types of food in them and prolong the shelf life so that we have less waste going on, both because of having more storage space, but also because we're able to utilize it better.
Any other questions? Oh, I had one. How much have your fees gone up with Second Harvest Food Bank, or have they gone up?
That's a good question that I'm not really sure the answer to. Actually, just today was the first day that I have spent money at Second Harvest since I started my tenure. So that's a good question that I would have to look up for you.
I
I can address that question.
Okay.
I'm with Kathy Smith. I'm with Second Harvest Food Bank. And nice to meet you.
Nice to put faces with the names, isn't it?
But, you know, Second Harvest handles a variety of food. Our USDA food, there's never a fee because we get that from the state and we pass that along at no fee whatsoever. Our food that is a lot of our food that is donated, we only have to pay for the cost of shipping to get it here. And so we do pass that along to our partner agencies at a rate of usually 24 cents a pound or less. And that's just to get the food to us. Then we have our food drive food, and that's where people donate out of the goodness of their hearts from the community. There's never a fee for any of the food drive food. And we reallocate that out proportionally based on how many people the agencies are serving. So we do have a food purchase program that we started a few years ago when agencies were going to save a lot, big lots in places and purchasing food like macaroni and cheese and canned goods. So we, at that point, we asked our agencies, hey, would you like to go with us and purchase food? We'll get it by the truckload and we would give it back, we'll sell it to you for exactly what we paid for it. And so when we're talking about fees at Second Harvest, we're really looking at a variety of food, and it depends on what foods the agency is getting. Now, our food that our direct links is something that we've started that is just fantastic, I think, is where we used to be the middleman, picking up the food at Walmart, picking up the food at Publix, like you were saying, but now we are linking our charities with those donors to just go directly and pick it up. And then they just tell us the pounds. We report it back to the vendor, and then they give us so that they can get their tax break or whatever benefit they want. But thank you for letting me speak to that. I'm glad to have a chance to speak to that this evening, really. But I do know that yeah, and you could probably expand on that.
Any other questions?
I'll just add one thing if you don't mind, Jay. I know that we have a great system with our nonprofits here in town, being that I, outside this, do direct one. And I know that you're on the same link with the system where we put clients in, and then we can message one another, or our walls are up or down if we have something confidential, to where we don't overlap. Because a lot of people are the same people going to all of these same, different nonprofits that are here in town. But we do work well together and not overlapping. I know that they send, our agency, the baby clothes and the baby things. They send us the kids. We send them some that are not with children. I'm just saying, so, for the years, everybody works really well. And as far as speaking with the Second Harvest, which we do appreciate their help, but it does cost more. I know you were saying you haven't looked yet. So if in that buying system, just to give you an idea, just because of funding wise, 1 can of fruit is $1.05. Just imagine what the number he just told you, just to provide that 1 can of fruit. So it does cost. I mean, we appreciate, and we still can get it delivered and in bulk, and you get the same things without having to scavenge through the stores and make things match. But there is quite a cost there when you're talking with food and being able to provide for the numbers that they're talking.
Anything else for Director Banks?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, moving on. Carter Compassion Center. Thank you guys for coming. Thank you for what you do in the community as well.
Good evening, my name's Mike Simmerly, and I'll represent Carter Compassion Center on the board. serving as vice president. I have to tell you, I'm embarrassed to say, I was unaware that we had made an application to the county commission. But again, we have a few, okay. The bottom, you can run down here a little bit.
We actually
have, okay. The Carter Compassion Center is a project now going on a little over a year old. We are located physically right across the street here in the old Chamber building. And Carter Compassion Center really got up and going strongly in the past 9 months. We got a very large grant from TVA of $20,000. And the Elizabeth Electric Department gave us an additional $20,000. So for $40,000, that got us on our feet. And with that money, we have spent zero of that basically on utilities or anything like that. We have used all that money to give back to to the people who need it. This past winter was a terribly cold spell we had. We had people contacting us who couldn't pay gas bills, heat bills. We had people who had no heat whatsoever. And we had a lot of people who had cars breaking, couldn't get to work. And it's just the Compassion Center. The word compassion is basically exactly what it is. If you have a need, come to the Carter Compassion Center. All the police departments know our Compassion Center. They send a lot of people over. We're just having growing pains. In any startup, we are 501c3. But anytime you have a startup like Carter Compassion Center, you have growing pains. You have needs for individuals to basically come and volunteer. And that's really where we're at right now with the Compassion Center. We had 2 young folks that were graduate students here at local universities that were helping as like an assistant director. So we're in the process of looking to replace one of those who just recently graduated. But again, the Compassion Center is something that the county, and we only service really in the county or within Carter County. We do help some people. We have to try to help some people outside the county, but all of our funding, everything we have is here locally. So we're trying to keep everything here within Carter County. I had no idea until I got involved in it. And Dr. Acuff drugged me into it. I had no idea what I was getting into. But Bob, I really appreciate you doing that. But there is so many needy people within Carter County. It's incredible. Our population, our people that are, I call them the lower employed. These people have 2 or 3 jobs, but they're not probably bringing home $30,000 a year. It's hard to pay rent, it's hard to pay schools, it's hard to pay everything. It's hard to feed your family. People like Armin that you're talking, these are the people that are holding this community together and feeding these families. And I see it every day. And with the Compassion Center, this winter was a tough winter for us. We have a budget. We try to stay within about $5,000 a month of our budget spending, which is not obviously at $40,000 is not going to go real far. But with that budget, this from October through about February, we really spent a lot of our budget just with heat bills and buying heaters and buying coats and just telling these people too, there's a lot of food pantries here. There's a lot of places where people can go and get clothing, coats. But again, we spent a lot of that money. So we've come to you this year, and we will be coming to the city, I promise you that, and asking as well for some funding. But anything you can give us is so very appreciated. And if you've got any questions, Bob or I can help you answer any questions you've got for Carter Compassion Center.
I'll just make a couple of comments to follow up. Mike has said, this grew out of a cooperative agreement between the city and the county to actually look at the homeless situation in Carter County, Elizabeth. But we didn't want to be a homeless center. We wanted to, as Mike said, help people find a better way to make ends meet. So we work with the Working Poor, which is quite a large group in Carter County, Elizabeth. And it's a one-stop shop where we can have a number of agencies represented in that building. And folks can come in and learn how to write a resume. They can come in and learn how to keep a budget on task. They can learn about where they might find housing. Had some relationships with United Way, and sometimes we use vouchers from them to make sure that people have a place to stay for a limited period of time. They understand that we're not there to hand out money. We're there to help them succeed in life, whatever that looks like. We have put out a call, particularly the area churches. Todd Hallman, First Baptist, is on our board, as well as Brandon Young, who is our president at Harmony Baptist. Their churches are working together with us, but we're looking for volunteers to come in and help folks complete some of these tasks, like writing resumes, how to get job skills. What can they do to improve that? I mean, we've got folks that are living in motel rooms and got 6 kids. There's 2 beds that we're trying to help get a leg up. So it's a little bit bigger. And the intent is to bring organizations together at one place, so we don't run everybody all over town looking for help.
I know the health department came to us last fall with some ideas about new parenting. I mean, think about it. If you're a single parent and you've got a newborn, where do I get diapers? How do I change a diaper? How do I feed the baby? Where do I take the baby when it gets sick? And the health department reached out to us, I think it was last fall, and they've had some parenting classes. So again, it's something as simple as learning how to be a parent, or maybe they've never had a checkbook. We've had some math classes. I mean, just again, simple things a lot. But it's just, it's incredible the need within our community. I'm still amazed about the working poor we have. I mean, it's people you and I see every day. There are people maybe working at McDonald's, maybe somebody working with you at Snap-on. But again, they've got more jobs. They've got families trying to feed, trying to pay their house payments or pay rent. And they're just having a hard time making ends meet. But again, we sincerely, anything you can give, it'll be so appreciated. And I can promise you, for those of you who don't know, of course, I'm on city council, and I'm going to twist arms as hard as I can over there as well, and ask Dr. Acuff to come over and help me to do the same over there. And in closing, I will tell you, city council, we have our budget workshops at lunchtime, and they feed us. So you guys appreciate what you do and what a hard job you've got. And our budget workshops they're tough. They are. You never have enough money to go around. That's the hardest job you have. And I want to tell you how much, and I'm a county taxpayer, I want to tell you how much we appreciate every one of you and what you're doing. I mean, you had a hard job, you've been beat up, you've had it tough. But, hey, keep your chins up, pull your bootstraps up, keep going. I'm proud of you, every one of you. I'll shut up. Thank you for your help. And
does anybody have any questions, Mr. Simmerly?
Appreciate your help.
Thank you, sir. First Tennessee Human Development Agency, I think that's what it is.
This is one rehabilitation program. Resource agency.
So this one's got the handprint on it.
Oh, you think I need
You're looking at a different one then.
What?
This is yours, correct?
Yes. I'm First Tennessee Human Resources.
First Tennessee Human
Oh,
Resources.
oh, sorry, I was looking Upper East Tennessee.
You want up or you want me?
Assuming that's you.
You're right.
Hold on. You look down through here. First Tennessee Human Resources is later.
Okay.
And this is UETHDA. Sorry, my apologies.
Oh, that's okay.
All that was written on my
The
sheet
name
was
sounds
Human Development Agency, so I apologize.
We sound alike.
Or Norma?
I am Martha Dixon, Community Services Manager. Norma Tremblay is our Director of Community Services.
I apologize, Ms. Dixon.
Yeah, she's not able to be here, she sends me. Sorry. But we're thankful to be here, glad to be here, thankful to you guys for what you've done for us. Just want to give you an update on last year's funding. You gave us $4,000. Every penny of that went back into the neighbors in this community to help them out. We were able to take a homeless family and pay their first month rent, the rent deposit, and their electric deposit. We helped 3 people with past due rent, keep them in their house so they wouldn't become homeless. We helped people with their past due electric, kept their lights on for their kids, 15 families. And we were able to help 4 families keep the water on. We served with that money you gave us, 25 families and 58 individuals. Like I said, every penny of it went right back into your neighbors in this community. We're thankful for that. There's lots with our funding. We have restrictions on it that won't allow us to do things like pay late fees. Or, and that late fee can be the difference in whether folks get their lights back on or not. And so that's what we use that funding for. And so we're asking for that amount again this year. We'll do the same thing again, take care of your folks.
Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Dixon? I know the bulk of your all's funding just comes from federal funding and that sort of thing. And this is money that stays directly in Carter County to help risk or at needs individuals.
Yes. Yeah, we, things we can't do, we have our state funding that we do use here, but there's things with it they won't let us do. We call it local funding because y'all local.
Thank you for what you do, ma'am. Is there anybody have any questions?
We love what we do. Thank you all for letting us do it.
Thank you. All right.
That was the one that had the hand on.
Yeah, that was the one that had the hand on.
$26 million.
That's federal funding. But they can't give it away. All right, KCCB. Keep Carter County Beautiful. Give us 1 second to get everything pulled together. Is it pronounced Halavati?
What's that?
Lavity?
Throw the H out, Lavity.
I always mess it up. I apologize.
This is non-dangerous. These are flower seeds, and I'll tell you a little bit about them in my presentation here. So if you want to take some, please take some, pass them on, and any that are left over, we'll let the audience take home with them. My name's Don Lavity. I am the president of Keep Carter County Beautiful. I've come in front of the commission, full commission meetings several times. I've attended some town halls for Donnie here and Angela. You know what we do, but I wanted to make sure some of the new people were aware of what we do. And last year we asked for $7,000. This year we're asking for $7,500. Last year we were funded for $5,000, and as some of these other organizations are telling you, we have computer went to sleep while I was sitting here waiting. In case you're not unaware of who we are, we were started by a 26-year Army veteran, Ed Jordan, in 2016. Mr. Jordan moved here, saw a need for making Carter County beautiful. As you saw in the pictures, we are a pretty beautiful county. Ed decided a year and a half ago to step aside, and so I am the current president. Some of the people in the room here, the commissioners, are past board members. We are run by nine board members. In 2018, we became Keep Carter County Beautiful. We are an affiliate of Keep America Beautiful. We're an affiliate of Keep Tennessee Beautiful. In 2022, we tried to work with the Chamber of Commerce, their 501c3, to become part of that. After working with them for several months, we determined we were probably better off becoming our own 501c3. So we are a 501c3, a Tennessee nonprofit. The bold item there is very important. Just like some of the other agencies that are asking for funding, every single dime you give us goes right back into the community. The number of projects, the number of events we have, all depend on the amount of funding we can get. We apply for grants. The competition for grants is really steep. So we have gotten a few grants in the past, have been unsuccessful here recently. We are asking the city of Elizabethton for the same amount in funding. That's our mission. We want to make Carter County a beautiful place to live, work, and visit. It sounds trivial. It's not. There is a large influx of transplants. I'm one of them. Moved here 5 years ago, 6 years ago now. We need the revenue. We need the tourism. We need to help some of the people in our community that can't help themselves. What we do brings that tourism, brings those visitors, brings those transplants with their money into Carter County. A lot of you in the past have said, hey, this tourism thing is crazy, but believe it or not, I gave a full presentation of the Wildlife Fund to the commission a month or so ago. You saw the impact. $19 million a year spent to keep the roads clean, $60 million in lost industry every year. We've got to take care of our county. It's a beautiful county. What we do to support our mission, we are working to reduce littering and dumping. We're encouraging beautification. We are promoting recycling. A lot of you are aware of the recent recycling controversy that I threw myself into the middle of. We're trying to increase recycling and get the program back up and running to where it should be. And I thank everybody that's on the landfill committee for making a commitment to getting our Cherokee Park Recycling Center back up. By increasing public awareness through education, recognizing our community leaders, and by establishing a group of concerned citizens to achieve these. We do litter cleanup. We are a TDOT Adopt a Highway. We have a Milligan Highway, 2.5 mile stretch of it. We have 4 cleanups, 5 cleanups there a year. We're picking up thousands of pounds of trash off of Milligan Highway. We just had our Watauga Lake cleanup that we partnered with Keep the Tennessee River Beautiful. 29 people showed up, 6,000 pounds of trash out of Watauga Lake, 18,000 pounds in the last 3 years. KCCB sponsors highway, waterway cleanups all over the county. I will tell you, I am very happy with our new sheriff, Mike Fraley. Mr. Fraley has reinstituted some of the road cleanups. In January of this year, Sheriff Fraley and Captain Patterson held 14 cleanups in January alone, 20-some thousand pounds of trash removed from our highways. Over the 2.5 years of the pandemic, our roads were a mess. You probably noticed it. Sheriff Fraley is helping us out. We're helping him out. And we're starting to clean up some of these roads, some of these long-standing dump areas. We sponsor highway and waterway cleanups, and we partner with county landfill. Benny Lyons has been very good to us. He helps us out with dumpsters at the Watataga Lake cleanup. He's set a dumpster up there for us. We filled it, and then he came back and picked it up. We do beautification projects. If you're driving around the city or the county, you're gonna see we're planting trees every year. The increase in funding we're requesting, most of that will go for beautification. We want to make Carter County a premier location for tourism and visitors, as well as improve the quality of life of all of us living here. I love my county. It's beautiful. We want to keep it that way. Each May, we plant wildflowers all around the city. If you haven't seen them, go out and see them once we plant them this year. They're plowed up already. So those will be coming up pretty soon. What you have in those seed packets, if you took some, is we're trying to increase our programs and events and projects. This project was, we went to Elizabethton High School. We want to get back into the schools. We've taken a break from being in our schools with the pandemic. We want to get back in there and start working with the young people, elementary and high schools, and get them involved in the community and pride in the community. We provided the seeds, we provided the envelopes, we provided paper. Their environmental class designed those labels. We let them have a free run at designing them. They put them together. We're going to be handing these packets out all over the county and all over the city. Anywhere you see a bare patch of land, feel free to kick up the dirt and plant some wildflowers. We want people coming into the county and seeing flowers everywhere. We do recycling awareness. We set up recycle bins. You probably have seen them at county and city events. We're trying to educate the public on what to recycle. A dirty diaper isn't recycling, but I'll have you tell you, I sorted dirty diapers out of my recycling bins. So we are all volunteer labor. So I personally have taken on emptying the recycle bins, sorting them out, taking the recycles over to the recycle center. We have a long way to go on public education on what recycling is all about. We provide information on our website. Our website's coming up for renewal. That's some of the extra money we're asking for this time. If you have never been to our website, please go there. It's keepcartercountybeautiful.org. And we have educational things out there. This presentation is out there, several other presentations. The Wildlife Fund video I showed a month or so ago. So we're providing the recycling bins to businesses. Bonnie Kate came up last year and said, hey, give us a recycle bin. They put it in their lobby, and all that was going to the trash, going into the landfill, or being taken over to the other landfill. All of that is being recycled now. Let's see. Education. We hand out, you probably have seen us in the information booths. We even go to Washington County and our mountain festival, I think it was called, Meet the Mountain Festival. We had 5 information booths here in Carter County. We tried to get in Roan Mountain. They told us the seed packets were not considered a handcrafted item. So we wanted to set up an information booth at Roan Mountain this year, and they told us no. But we have educational videos. We hand out Tennessee law booklets. I'm sorry the county lawyer didn't stick around, because I had some information for him that I wanted to get at one of these slides too. We're getting back into the schools. We're partnering with the schools. Our Happy Valley is going to be our next hit. Happy Valley High School and elementary schools, see if we can't get a program in there. We're having the kids talking about a project to have the kids design artwork dealing with beautification and litter and that stuff. And we're going to create calendars or put them on billboards or signs. So we're getting the young people involved more and more every day. We are the people who are erecting your wayfinding signs. Some 90 or 100 signs were delivered to the county a year and a half ago. We saw that they weren't getting installed. So fortunately, one of our board members is an ex-commissioner, Ross Garland, who oversaw the grant from the county to have the signs manufactured. Some of the extra money we're asking for this year is it's costing us about $50 a sign for concrete and shoring and clamping. We've gone to Greenbridge Landing, we've gone to Herschel Julian, we've gone to Happy Trails, we've gone out to Eric Anderson, Watershed Bike Trails in Hampton. I tell you what, Greenbridge Landing, if you've never been there, is a beautiful little park. While we were there, 4 young men showed up. I had a bag of trash sitting outside of my truck because it was raining. A young man came over and picked that bag of trash up and said, "Did you forget something?" I said, "No, I'm still using it, and I'm going to go back out there." I introduced myself. They were App State students on the fishing team who were coming to Greenbridge Landing to do their fishing. So we've got some premier recreational facilities in this county. We need to keep it beautiful. He took 3 garbage bags from them. They were picking up trash while they were fishing, filled all 3 garbage bags. Off-Road Bicycle Association, they helped us with some of these signs. We had participation by the Elizabethton Parks and Recreation. This last set of signs, I don't know if you've done any digging in Cuyahoga County. You can't go an inch below the ground without hitting Riverstone and Big Brownstone. Unfortunately, we got the auger out there. Otherwise, a few of these signs were not possible.
I think City of Elizabeth set the auger.
Yeah. I'm hoping to get more and more volunteers in on this. Our problem is we set these events up pretty quickly. So at this point, it's been mostly our coordinators. This is the one I wanted the attorney to comment on. I've brought it up before. I have no idea. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know what the legal ramifications are of this, but something to consider is the Tennessee Code annotated 3914-510 states that any fines or funding, fines from littering, dumping, goes in a general fund. I don't know who's accounting for it. The mayor's discretion to disperse those funds to either the city or the law states, or the code states specifically, keep America beautiful. Sheriff's enforcement, enforcement in zoning. But this tells me somewhere out there, there's either money there that we're not aware of for funding organizations like ours, or we haven't taken advantage of it yet. We haven't taken advantage of it yet. Fines were raised from $50. You throw a cigarette butt on the ground, and you're caught, $500. Right, 100 tickets a year. You're funding 5 of our organizations. So there is funding and money out there, revenue out there to consider if we can. The sheriff said there are no trivial laws, so he intends on starting enforcing some of these things too. Just some key accomplishments. I'll go through this rather quickly. You can see the dollars that we're turning back to the community. You give us $7,500, we're giving you 3 times that every year back in terms of free labor and volunteers. Trees, plants, 2019, recycle bins, 2020, you'll see the pandemic is here. Not a lot there. 2021, we're picking up again. 2022, we have a lot of stuff going on in 2022. Again, all of this labor is free. Our volunteers are getting older. We're trying to get the younger people involved. There are some people. Niagara Lake, Milligan Highway cleanup, flower beds. You can see that We are doing a lot in the community. I'm hoping to get every one of the commissioners at one point out to one of our events so they can see firsthand what's going on. The reason we're asking for $7,500 this year is this. We want to expand it. If we can't get the additional funds, then we're kind of stagnated. We want to expand our outreach to businesses. No longer should you be able to go into a Lowe's parking lot or a business on 19E and see the trash. We want to get them involved in cleaning their own property and taking care of the public property that's adjacent to them. So we're going to start some programs to get businesses on board. We're expanding our outreach to the community. I've mentioned it before to the commissioners. We get calls every day of people about the dumping in the litter. We're asking them to organize their neighbors and friends and to talk to their commissioners. If we can get the commissioners and the community involved, we can clean up every community in Carter County. We are looking at some things down here with the CBID. In case you don't know, your funding helped us in the last couple of years on a maintenance on a trout trash trap. It's a buoy system with a pontoon. All that bottles and cans flowing down Doe, Watauga, whatever it might be, is collected into the pontoon area, cleaned out, taken out of the water system. These sea bins are $8,000 a piece. They are free to us if we can get a business to put the sea bin on their insurance policy. We'd like to be able to go to those businesses and say, you put it on your insurance policy and clean it out, we could help you with the dollar amount of the insurance. These sea bins take out gasoline, oil. They run 24 hours a day, all year long. They right now are getting on an average of 3,000 pounds of trash a year, just sitting there sucking trash in and being emptied out. All of these are additional programs that we have not been able to do in the past that we would like to do now. Very important, keep Carter County beautiful. You can contact me in there if anybody wants them, my business cards, any questions. When's our next cleanup? I thought I heard somebody.
Yeah, when is your cleanup?
Next Saturday, come on out to the Tweetsie Trail. We're going from end to end. We're going to be picking up trash on the Tweetsie Trail. We call it our Trasher Size. It's Keep America Beautiful. One of the nice things about being an affiliate of Keep Tennessee Beautiful and Keep America Beautiful is national recognition. We turn all of our statistics into Keep America Beautiful. They are fully aware of the amount of work and successes and failures we're having in Carter County.
Anybody have any other questions for the director? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, after this dissertation, can we take another break?
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's 9:30, this is ridiculous.
10 minutes.
Yes.
Chair. Back to the chair will go something. Yeah, where's that? That's it. It's the screen time. You want to go vote for it?
Elizabeth at high school.
Yeah.
Come on. That's right. I'll show you our own.
Used to go over. So I get you. So I get pretty good. Thanks.
I'm gonna say, go to Waffle House and bubble.
You got it.
Thank you very much.
I can't hear.
They make these projects. I'm fortunate for that. I kept count how many meals were served on these. Just like 41,000 meals, even in Carter County. My God, ain't nobody cook at home anymore. I started going there for I didn't see any. It's my problem with the citizens that are making ungodly amount of retirements. They're going through the lines and nothing like Everybody got a cell phone.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm just gonna have to hit the chair.
Yeah. Apparently, let's go.
It's still locked. No, it's BS. If I didn't run over 15 minutes, it's no more.
Donations you're getting.
There you go.
I mean,
They go outside and choke each other down. Bodies laying everywhere.
it's our first.
Yes. Brilliant, this is her.
5 minutes.
Works out good.
The chair and the officers fixing them. Over 10 minutes. I'm trying to be nice.
As far as I'm concerned,
Oh, yeah.
If you're gonna start with short.
that's because I'm trying to sentence system. Because every time.
It's not fair, all this, still waiting, I have to wait.
Yes, it's still down there. It's still in the way.
Any other time he speaks, speak up and say that.
I mean,
I'm okay for right now.
Exactly. Okay. Both times he's quiet, he goes, all of that clean stuff, I hear the interview that
yeah.
First one started. I agree with you. Hey, it's gonna be
Who was the only one that was over team? Or Joy was no Joy. Her presentation part was only 13. His was.
I'll set me a timer. That's not fair when I. You're like, has.
Section always do.
Ask for the year.
Hey, Julie, went out. Whenever it went out, it was listed at 10.
We're gonna have the date on this week.
The bottom half, the 20th, there's the second part there.
You're gonna split the money.
It's already split. This was today, and then this is the 20th. So that's where the split is.
9:30.
And they're the only.
Whenever Carolyn sent out the package, she told me that they had 10 time. Yes.
You want to start a time?
I have been, there's only been 2 things went over, and then his went over.
Tell her to think about that.
To us, when will we be at next?
Back on the
On the 20th. Okay, as long as it's not Thursday, because we got association meeting Thursday.
How much longer is break time?
What?
How much longer is break time?
It's up.
All right, let's go, guys. Where's our? We're missing.
Cody, I think Cody's at the Eno machine. He'll be here in just a second.
Yes, sir.
Next up is going to be the Tennessee Rehabilitation Center. If y'all mind, please introduce yourself. The new folks here.
I was late, I'll be quick. My name's Chuck Hamilton, I'm with the Tennessee Rehabilitation Center. I'm the training coordinator there. We work with individuals with disabilities. We teach them job soft skills, training. We work with them in the community, doing things like job coaching, partnering with local businesses for volunteer work, job shadowing. What we do is we provide, and all these fundings go to, is we provide clothing for interviews. That could be shoes, shirts, whatever they might need. We help provide transportation. We help pay for gas for those that can drive. We can help pay for vehicle modification, anything to help them be successful at a job. provide mock interview training, with resumes, applications, hygiene and grooming, everything they need for a job. Past year for Carter County, we had 7 successful closures, and I know that doesn't sound like a lot, but those 7 customers are bringing in $188,000 back into Carter County. And that's just for Carter County alone. That doesn't count all the other counties that we serve as well. And that is actually over the entire amount that we're asking for all our funding sources combined, and it's over half of our entire budget just for Carter County alone that they're bringing back in. So, so what your funding does is it goes toward percent funds. It goes toward the 110,000, and then that brings down 70% match from federal government. Any other questions?
What was, are you asking for an increase from this year versus last year? I don't have last year's numbers.
No, you all actually gave us more last year than we requested, and we just requested the 27 that we actually requested last year. We appreciate y'all funding us more. I just asked this year again for the approved amount from our fiscal, and they approved the same amount as I asked for last year.
Does anyone have any questions for Director Hamilton? Hearing none, thank you, sir. Thank you for the service that you provided.
Thank you all, and thank you for your continued support.
Carter County Soil Conservation.
Sir. My name's Mike Nidifer. This is Chris Williams. We're on the Board of Supervisors of the Carter County Water and Soil Conservation District. We're the local contact agency for the United States Department of Agriculture's Natural Resource and Conservation Service. We offer services and to not only farmers in Carter County, but any property owner. There's some guidelines that has to be met that we serve the whole population of Carter County. Things that, we're asking for the same that we had last year, no increase, $44,000. That money will be used to pay salaries and to our 2 employees that are local employees. We have 3 federal employees that we share with Sullivan County. They are paid by USDA. Carter County Water and Soil Conservation District only pays for the 2 that we have here. We have a new office. It's at 256 Highway 91. On Stony Creek, if I told you where that was at, you'd probably look at me and scratch your head. But if I told you it was beside Kimbo's, you'd say, oh yeah, I know where that's at. So if you go to Kimbo's and stop by our office. We welcome your visit. Anytime that you want to stop by, make an appointment, or we'll just stop by. Things that we have done this year, we have applied for grants with the Tennessee Department of Agriculture and was able to purchase a new no-till drill, another new no-till drill that was over $30,000. And we plan this year to purchase a drone that we can use to better survey the landscape on these projects that we do. And if needed, maybe we could help with any kind of a disaster if you needed to be able to look for things or to see this flood damage or whatever. We also sponsor workshops and educational opportunities. As a matter of fact, we're going to be having one on May the 2nd. It'll be at 641 Nave Hollow Loop. It's going to be about fencing, new fencing operations or new ways to do fencing on your farms. But we're also going to have presentations from our office, and we've actually talked to Terry about maybe working with the emergency management people in his office in the fire department, possibly with a short presentation, see what we need that they can help us with. We've worked with them in the past and done very well. And actually, the safety workshop that we worked with Terry and the fire department on was modeled, and they had one in Sullivan County and several other places in East Tennessee, which worked out real well. What you get for your money. We gave you a handout there. It has 3 pages. The first page has to do with the current projects that we have in process. They amount for like $954,000. And these projects are primarily directed at water quality. They may be the areas, they may be ways of keeping the litter and manure at some of the areas that might be close to the river. I think Carter County has the most purest water that we have in Tennessee and probably the United States. It comes right out of the lake. It's very pure, and we want to do anything that we can do to make sure that it stays that way. These projects are the ones that have been on the books. It's a 3-year contract, so people's got 3 years to do it. This is the last year on the ones that we have on the first page. The second page says new applications waiting for obligation. This year, Carter County had 11 applicants, and all 11 projects were approved. These are $84,706, and this is, the people have not signed the contracts. The money's already obligated as far as USDA or whatever. The property owner or the person applying for the contract has to come and sign it. We've not got all those signed yet. And these, we had $72,900 worth of contracts that have been signed for and on the books too. So that gives you a pretty good amount. I mean, that's what did we say that was, $1.2 million of money that's going to be brought in on contracts. And some of this is going to be for buildings. It's going to be put on the tax base. I know there's 2 large projects. It's probably in the neighborhood of $500,000-$600,000. It's going to be put on the tax books. And a lot of the other ones are, maybe stream bank stabilization or some of the other items that we offer. But this is what we do. We appreciate your help.
I was just gonna say the fencing class is in partnership with the University of Tennessee and Carter County Cattlemen's Association. So there's a lot of entities that come together to make some of these classes happen. So there's a lot of buy-in throughout the county.
And this gets people together, and we are able to discuss new ideas, new ways of doing things that's going to be less, hopefully, labor and cost included on it. So we appreciate anything y'all do. And again, thank you. We were here at the county commission meeting back a month ago, and y'all recognized the UT Extension office. It was UT Extension office, and you recognized farmers. I don't know that you ever did that before, but I appreciate that. There's probably near 500 farms in Carter County, and agriculture is the #1 industry in Tennessee and Carter County also. And without it, you ain't gonna have nothing to eat. Even that doctor enough back there, Thurman. It comes somewhere along the line. It's got to have a little bit of input, but we do appreciate the recognition and any consideration you might give us for what we've asked for. And thank you for all that you've done to work with us in the past. Anybody got any questions?
Seeing none, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you for your support.
Loaves and fishes. Don't mind, introduce yourself.
Yeah. Not to be too long, I know it's past most people's bedtime. I'm Serena Miller, I'm the director at Loaves and Fishes. We're located on 19E, right across from CVS. We are a food pantry and a soup kitchen. We We're about, I guess, close to, if you count the time we were open while there was a shelter there, we were about 5 years old. But as far as me running the changes that we have done, it's about 2 years. I was able to, just this past year, acquire a 501c3 or nonprofit corporation, all that stuff. So we are not only, we're not running as a ministry out of the church any longer, we're our own entity again. And we still house everything there at the church. They don't charge us for that. We just pay our part of the utilities. I included some papers that can kind of show you where, I know I asked for a substantially larger amount. I only did that because you guys have been so gracious to support us. And if you look at these receipts from December 21 and December 22, you'll see that this was our food that we bought from Second Harvest Food Bank. And so December 21, we bought 21,000 pounds of food, and that included our free stuff as well, the USDA items, and it was a little over $100. In December of 22, we got 14,000 pounds of food, which is, almost 7,000 pounds less, and we paid $4,431. So you look at that as about 400% markup on food for us, the cost. I know it doesn't come from them, it comes from all the way down, because food, as you can see, is very expensive everywhere you go. Our numbers have stayed about the same. They kind of fluctuate a little, go up, go back down, come back up, but we see new people every night. We're open 4 nights a week, and we not only offer the food boxes, but we offer a hot meal those 4 nights. I would say the majority of our people are seniors that just can't make the ends meet any longer with the increase in inflation and everything. So we don't only just do food, we do hygiene supplies, we provide blankets, coats, any basic necessity that we can get our hands on, we will pass that along to our people. These are people in our community. They're not just homeless people. That's probably the lowest percentage is homeless that come to see us. Mostly, like I said, seniors, people living in their cars, and I know that you can still consider that homeless, but they may have not always been in that car. They don't know what to do, or they're living in homes with no electricity and no water, sleeping from couch to couch. And dragging not just themselves, but their whole families from place to place. These are not people who are on drugs. I'm sure we have people who do drugs, but these are people who are trying to work. They're trying to make ends meet, and they just can't do it. That's why we're here. We offer a lot of our resource agencies in the area to come. I've had Jillian's brought some people to do give out literature about drug prevention. I had the health department came and did the COVID vaccines while these people were lined up. We had a lady from ETSU do Narcan training, as well as HIV and hepatitis testing. And they did all this in our parking lot. So we open it up to these agencies to give them more resources. That's why we're here. We're not here just to, feed them, but we're here to help them. I get calls every day. People can't fill out the right paperwork, can't find a place to go. So that's the hat I wear. I just help these people. I don't discriminate who they are. So if I can help them, that's what I'm going to do. But our basic need is food, and the increase in that is just where the money lies. Right now I'm the only paid employee. And you can look at our numbers. It's a very small amount goes toward me, but the secretary is no longer taking any money, but I am going to have to, because of our new 501c3 and all the paperwork involved. I did all that myself, which was a lot of work. And so we're going to have to hire a bookkeeper or somebody that knows how to use accounting stuff to take care of the rest of our books. So that hopefully won't be a huge charge. But I think between all the utilities, we spend about $1,300 a month on that. I have 10 refrigerators. 3 of those are industrial size. I have about 32 freezers, and 4, maybe 5 of those are industrial size. So I not only have all that running off electricity, I've rented pods to put those in because we're running out of space. But and I know we use a lot more space because we have to keep food on hand to cook. And I don't just go out and buy food. I try to make the menu up a week ahead of time of what's coming in and what I have in either the freezer or the refrigerator. We do get help from the community. Some of the agencies, if they've got something they need to get rid of really quickly, we'll take it because we see people 4 times a week. Plus, we also cook the food up as quick as we get it. So we asked for money from you all. We asked for money from the city. The city, first time they gave to us was just this past year. So, but I know that you all have supported us all the way all along. And we have a lot of our people who come down off Throne Mountain, Hampton, back in those hollows. They will pile 4 or 5 families in one vehicle that probably shouldn't be driven to town here and back, but they will. And they ride with it on their laps and stick it in every hole in the car, but they come to get their food because some of them, you know, they said they wouldn't have anything without getting to town and getting some food. So we try our best, you know, to even, I know where there's the record of the USDA items. Those are, you know, we do keep record of that, but I feel like because the shortage of food, that if they went to every food pantry in town, they still wouldn't receive enough food. And I'm saying excluding the USDA items, we don't double any of that up, but we would never turn anybody away that wanted food. Of course, you know, like I said, the USDA there's a restriction on the income, but like our meals, we don't ever ask for any information for just meals. So if you will sit in your car in this hot or cold weather for over an hour waiting for a meal, I feel like you probably deserve it. So, I'd be glad to answer any questions. We are just doing the best we can, and we just want your support.
Does anybody have any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time. Thank you for coming out.
All right, thank you all.
Next up will be East Tennessee's Spay and Neuter. Introduce yourself if you don't mind, sir.
I'm John Cabanca. I'm the treasurer with East Tennessee Spay and Neuter. Here's some updated brochures. So East Tennessee Spay and Neuter has 2 operations. One is we facilitate low-cost spay and neuter operations. We use Margaret Mitchell Spay and Neuter Clinic in Bristol, Virginia. Our other operation is low-cost pet wellness clinics that we run in the county. The funds we requested this year are 1,000 more than we asked for last year. So we're asking for 3,500 this year. The funds are going to be specifically for the spay and neuter operation. And within the spay and neuter operation, we're using it to provide discounts to low-income Carter County residents. Okay, so there's 2 reasons for the increase. One, last fall, we were in a old crummy looking bus in the Tractor Supply parking lot that we fortunately got rid of and moved into a building on East Elk Avenue. Our signups have doubled since then, so we've had a really good increase just due to that change. The other is the spay and neuter clinic we use has given us a price increase. They went up $5. We're going up $5. So right now, spay and neuter for a dog is $75 through us. That's incredibly less than you'd get through a full-service veterinary clinic. For low-income Carter County residents, we had been giving a $25 discount. We've raised that now to $30. So low-income Carter County residents would pay $45 to spay or neuter a dog. It's down to $25 to neuter a cat. with the increase in prices and the increase in signups, about 35% of our signups are low-income Carter County residents. The increase in our costs is going to be about $7,500. We're asking Carter County for $3,500. We're asking city for $3,500, and we'll make up the difference with public donations. Any questions? Keep it short and sweet.
It's John.
Anybody have any questions?
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, appreciate y'all.
Next up, Carter County Fire Department.
Good evening. My name is David Jones. I'm the chief at West Carter County. I'm also the current president of the Carter County Fire Association. We provide the fire protection service for every resident outside of the city in the county. So I'm assuming most of y'all live in the county, so you're probably covered by volunteer fire department. There's 7 departments in the county, scattered across the county. We are asking for significant amount of money, $525,000, $75,000 per department. That is an increase about 7-8% over what we're funded this year. The total this year was $484. That money is basically in most of the departments used for operating costs, pays insurance, truck payments, just regular operating costs. Don't have a big presentation. I'm mainly here to answer your questions if you have any. We have good fire service in Carter County. We do lots of things besides just fires. We spent, I think, pretty much every department in the county 2 Saturdays ago spent the day cleaning trees out of the road and putting out fires caused by trees on power lines. Today was so windy. Back in the winter, we did open up all the volunteer departments as warming stations. We can't call them shelters. That gets into a whole bunch of regulations, but we did open the departments up for anybody who needed just one place to go. So we do lots of things outside of just fire department work. Most of our departments are active. They've got good active members. The county, this year, the County Volunteer Association is participating in a statewide grant for retention and recruitment. It's helped our department. It allows us to do a lot of advertising, flyers, banners, websites, gets the word out for people who may be interested in joining the department, gives them one place to go to put in an application. We can direct the application to the department it needs to go to. I know our department's been included. We've got 3 of the other departments represented Central, the chief, they've really benefited from that grant opportunity and those retention and recruitment things go on. 2 of the departments this year were awarded a state grant through the state fire marshal's office. All the departments generally apply for whatever grants are out there that we can get. Watauga was awarded that grant last year. Those grants are always specific for certain equipment. So whatever you ask for, what you have to buy. But we are asking for $75,000 per department. Any questions?
I just have a comment.
Yes, sir.
I've heard several ask, and there's, the answer, I don't know what it is. Staying with the same amount for this year because of the financial status of this county and the increases of wages of before we can hear. I call attention to the fire department, but the fact is, they're asking for 56,000 above, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You just got $150,000 for each department. 56 divided in, I ain't got my calculator, but that's only $8,000 apiece.
Correct.
Does that?
So 150,000 had to be used for specific things. So it can't be used for debt, can't be used for operating costs, can't be used for fuel. All those things have gone up tremendously. It cost me $4,000 just to put a fireman in a coat, pants, boots, helmet, pair of gloves. I put an air pack on that fireman, I'm up to about 18,000. Takes 8 to 10 firemen on a structure fire call. So you're looking at 17, 18,000 times 8. It's outrageously expensive. I understand, and we understand where we are in the county, and money is obviously hard to come by. But, you know, that $8,000 is basically how much fuel's gone up. Every bill we pay has gone up. So, but it's up to you all. I mean, we're just here to ask. It's up to you all, unfortunately, to decide. And I don't envy your decision. I mean, I wouldn't want your job. It's a hard place to be. But emergency services are, when somebody dials 911, they expect somebody to show up. They expect that person to be able to handle whatever's going on that they need, whatever emergency they're having. And we try to do that. You know, I'm not going to pick on Elizabethton has population of about 14,000 and something. Their fire department's budget's $2.5 million. So we're asking for 525,000 for everybody else in the county. But it's a request. We just can't go backward is our big thing. You know, we can't stay at some set amount year after year after year. And we realize it's an ambitious request, and it may not be the year to ask for it, but you know, we are tasked with asking for what we think we need, and that's what we're doing. So, but it's totally up to you all what we get. Just, you know, you've always supported us. You've always been great to help us. Certainly appreciate that throughout the county and throughout all the departments. And we just ask you to do whatever you want to do. Anything else?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all.
All right, next up, Butler Fire Department, bookending with those guys.
I'm going to be short and sweet as well. I'm Tracy Greer, captain of Butler Volunteer Fire Department. I wouldn't want to be in your chairs either. I'm a commissioner from Johnson County representing Butler and Dry Run, so I know what you're going through. But y'all deal with a lot more money than we do, so ours are pretty quick. We've requested $10,000 in funding this year. And I want to go back a little bit in time. Under the original agreement, when we agreed to cover the Carter County portion of Butler, we were receiving $20,000 in funding. That was for 159 properties. We're down to $3,000 a year right now, and we're covering 637 structures per 911. I verified these numbers with Chris Sims. Also, there was some misconceptions going on that we weren't responding to fire calls. Carter County cannot dispatch us out. Our communications will not work together. All the calls go to Johnson County. Johnson County has the records of where we're dispatched out. That's a technological misfortune. We would have to be on the same system as Carter County in order for all this to cross-reference each other. So on paper, it looks like we don't do anything, but we can verify all this through Johnson County. I've also reached out to Shane Simmerly. I did all this through Freedom of Information Acts. He has us showing 371 addresses that total $64,926,000. That's in appraisals. That's not market value. That's tax appraisals, y'all. That's a lot of money that we're protecting up there for $3,000 a year. It's a lot. What we would like to see is we're requesting 10. I know budgets are hard across the state this year. Everybody's strapped, but we're suffering from everything that these guys just said. Inflation's killing us, fuel's killing us, utilities, just TVA, adding all this extra money to electric bills is eating us alive. Across the board, we're paying a lot more money out. So we would like to request 10,000. We appreciate your consideration on that. I did email all this supporting documentation to Aaron. It's about 50 pages long, but he has it. So if you want to email that around.
I can tell y'all, just to interject, I've already did my homework on everything that you just did. I did it weeks ago. He's telling the truth. When Carter County dispatches out, they never hear back. So we have, even though they're responding from their own Johnson County 911 system, we're not going to hear back that they're mutual aiding our Carter County, Elk Mills, Pogie area. We're not going to hear back if they're working a wreck. I've been on wreck scenes with you guys. So there's a lot of that stuff. When it is happening, they are doing a lot. If I had any clue that y'all were going to be here tonight, I'd have brought those numbers with you. Did not know that, and I apologize.
No, that's fine. I understand.
But yes, I had the number of wrecks. I had the number of dispatches from Carter. I even went through Johnson County and did their dispatches that pulled them back over this way. So he's telling the truth. I mean, I've got all those numbers too. If you need them, I've got them.
Thank you for doing that.
You're very welcome.
Because I was running up against the wall trying to get all this separated out into Carter, into Johnson. I mean, it's like beating your head up against a brick wall.
It took a while to break it down onto what was dispatched from Carter to them, to their Johnson County 911. But it did take a little while to do that. So
Yeah.
So it's there. I mean, they do a lot for Carter County and for those residents that sit out on the line. So.
And I was unable to figure out where the difference is because 911 says 637 structures. Then the tax appraisal office has us at 371 addresses, so I'm going to assume there's multiple structures on properties is the reason that I assume.
Outhouses, hen houses.
Boat docks, a lot of boat docks up there too. So we'd appreciate your consideration. We enjoy helping out your community. And effective in June, we're going to be an ISO 5, which that's a huge insurance break for those people up there.
And I heard tell that you guys had put in for a grant to get a fireboat.
No, that's just something we've been kicking around. But I mean, we joke about it at our station a lot about having a fireboat. There's a lot of property at waterfront. And it is something that, we would like to pursue that at some point, but we only get 20,000 from Johnson County, and if we're getting 3 from you, even if you get a grant for it, you still got to come up with $60,000 or $70,000, to match the grant. So that makes it difficult. Makes it very difficult.
Because if either one of the marinas, something happened at either one of the marinas, that's millions of dollars of property right there alone.
Lakeshore even, I mean, that's right there. So that's something we've considered. Because I know Elk Mills, Hampton, I would say nobody in this area has anything to even attempt to fight a big boat dock fire like that. I mean, all we could really do is hope the hoses reach far enough across the water. I mean.
Elk Mills, if I'm not wrong, they're working on a fireboat. Is that right, Michael?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
They've done nothing about the boat. They're just gonna outfit the boat. From what I understand, they're gonna be docked at Mallard Cove, is that correct? So it'll be centrally located. The owner of Mallard Cove is gonna help operate the thing.
Yeah, that'd be good. I mean, we need something like that on the lake. There's a lot of concern up there,
A
but
lot of valuable property on the lake.
There is.
To address your concern from Shane, what he gave you was 371 properties in Whaleytown. Didn't go past, it went to Fish Springs, Whaleytown, Piercetown. It didn't go up 321, what he gave you.
Oh, did it not?
No.
Okay, so
Stayed on
there is more.
67 down that way. He only give you the value of the structure.
Yeah,
I've got the value of the structure.
so you've done homework too. Good.
And right now, just in Piercetown, all those $1 million homes that's over there, they're paying Carter County $345,000 a year in property tax. You take in all the other property, the 371, you're looking at almost $800,000 in taxes. So if we can't come up with $10,000 for this type of protection in Piercetown, Whaleytown, that's in my district, so I know all about it. I've been all over that.
Good.
And I know what they go through. And I know that Elk Mills can't respond to Piercetown in a timely manner. So we need to support them because of all those homes over there, that's brand new homes, we're continuing to build.
Yeah.
You go there right now and there's building going on all over that area in Piercetown.
There is. I was amazed at the number of structures that grew in the past 5 years over there. I mean, just, and we got one, its tax appraisal's 1.9 million, just one structure. So it's a lot of money.
So Cove Ridge is growing. That whole area in Piercetown is growing. With that insurance going to 5, ISO going to 5, it's going to give those homeowners some relief to know that there's a fire department there that is rated.
Yeah, and we just obtained that rating. I mean, we put a lot of work into that. So and we do have 2 fire engines, and that's what helped get that rating down as well. But thanks for your consideration, guys.
Thanks, yeah.
Have a good time.
Next up, First Tennessee Human Resources.
Thank you guys for having me.
It's the other clipped packet.
Say what?
I said it's the other clipped packet.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And introduce yourself, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm Jason Cody, for you guys that don't know me. Many years ago, Mr. Johnson remembers that. I was the first finance director for the county, about 16 years ago. So let me just explain what we do real quick. And I know the name's a mouthful. I'll explain how we got the name. But most people know us by the programs we do. The First Tennessee part, we were founded in 1974 by an act of state legislation. First Tennessee defines their service area. It was what was originally the first congressional district back in 1974, which is the 8 eastern counties, basically Hancock, Hawkins, Greene, all the way up to the North Carolina, Virginia line. That's their service area, those 8 counties. Human Resource Agency, believe it or not, we have nothing to do with hiring people. It is actually human services, primarily elderly services is what we focus in on. Our 2 biggest programs are the Meals on Wheels program. We have a commercial kitchen in Johnson City. The senior center came up. We provide all the meals to the senior centers. They're called congregate meals, and we do home delivered. We go into the hills and hollers. We've got about 500 to 600 volunteers throughout the region that get these meals out to people, and that's what we do. How we do it is we receive grant money, but we have to have local support. As you guys know how grants work, you gotta have dollars to show that local support rather than in kind. And so for every dollar you give us, we leverage to $9 in combination of state and federal dollars. And just to show you kind of your return on investment, last year we did 32,000 meals in the Meals on Wheels program, and all those are to Carter County people. We did 25,000 trips. We have Net Trends, which is the white vans you see. We have a garage located here in Elizabeth and right across the street from Sycamore Shoals. And we actually do some probation services as well in the local court system with Judge Bowers. And we have a building down there at that same location. We did 25,000 trips last year with NetTrans and almost 500,000 miles. We delivered services to over 1,300 Carter County residents last year at a value of a little bit more than 1.5 million. As well, the money you give us gets reinvested in the county because we have 40 employees that are Carter County residents. And that payroll for those 40 employees is over $800,000. The money you give us gets reinvested back into the community, not only through payroll, but we have to buy things to run our business. So that money gets spent as well back into the community, so it gets multiplied. So that's kind of a short, abbreviated version of what we do. We're an umbrella agency. We have about 16 different grant-based programs. They're highlighted in the brochure, but our two biggest are the Meals on Wheels program and NetTrans, which is a rural public transportation service. And anybody can ride it. You just call us up. We've got 800 in the local number. You just have to call 24 hours in advance. We'll take you anywhere. We'll take you to doctor's appointments. All of our vans are wheelchair equipped. So we do a lot of medical appointments. But we'll take people on shopping trips. We'll take them to the grocery store. We'll take you wherever. It's a mileage-based fare, but it is significantly subsidized. Most of our trips tend to be under $5. Is there any questions?
Do you have any questions?
Well, thank you, guys. If I can ever be of help, you guys got my contact information. That's what we're here for, is to help and serve people. So if you know some people that need our services, give me a shout or shoot me an email, and we'll be glad to try to help them out. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Next up, First Tennessee Human Resources. Oh, wait, that was him. All right, forgot to mark it. Second Harvest Food.
Now, the only thing I brought was the letter that we sent. Do you all have that, or do you need one?
I have a copy.
Okay. Anybody?
Right, it should be in the stuff that they had.
All right. Well, I have to admit, I'm a morning person, so I hope
Apologize.
I do all right. All right. So as you all are probably aware, Second Harvest has been around since 1986, and we're the primary source of food for a lot of the different charities in the region. Soup kitchens, food pantries, over 120 different charities that we work with. We are in our mission is to secure and distribute the food and engage the community in solving hunger. And we also have many direct service programs that we do to help fill special needs. And that's what I'm here to ask you about tonight, is money for our Food for Kids program, to fund that, help fund that program in the Carter County school system. Funds from the Carter County appropriation will go toward our Food for Kids program. We distribute about 20 bags of food every year to children who are considered chronically hungry. At the beginning of each school year, we ask the teachers, the guidance counselors, and school personnel to tell us how many chronically hungry children they have in their school system and how many that they need to serve. We don't get the names of the children, but these are children that are known to need extra food in the home. And so what I like, and what I think makes the Food for Kids program especially good, is that this is food that goes directly to the child. The parents don't have to be involved, except for giving permission at the beginning of the school year, but there's no, parents don't have to pick up the food. The food is given out in bags. It's given to, lots of volunteers help with this. And so we pack the food at the food bank. And then it goes out to all the school systems, and then their volunteers get the food to the, into the children's bags or get the food home to the children. To focus in on the budget, it cost us about $100 per child to do this program for a school year. And what you see in your budget numbers on the second page are the budget numbers for this year. We don't anticipate that will change a lot next year. And the $100 per child goes for the cost of food and transportation. There's no admin costs involved in this program that we're asking for Carter County to fund. That will go toward food and a little bit of transportation cost. So for we get money for this program from donations, grants, and we ask every community that we serve to help fund it for their school system. And that's what we're asking for here tonight. We take, the children are going to be served even if we don't raise all the funds per school system, because our board is really committed to that. But the more you can help, the better we can make sure children have the food they need to stay healthy, increase their attendance in school, and improve their concentration. We all know children are always hungry, but this serves those who are truly in need and chronically without food in their home. It gives them food they can have at home after school and on the weekends. Does anybody have any questions? Well, I should say we appreciate your funding from last year, and it really helped a lot. We're serving about 400 some children in Carter County schools right now. And normally you'd have Rhonda Chafin here, our director, but I asked to be here tonight. I'm actually a Carter County resident of District 3 for over 30 years. And even before that, I was Carter County. I'm not born here, but raised here. So thank you all for what you do.
For all that you do. Good evening. All right, next up, American Red Cross.
Good evening, everybody. Thank y'all so much for the opportunity to speak to y'all today. I know it has been a long day and a longer night, so I will try to keep it short. My name is Heather Carbajal, and I'm the local Red Cross director. I've been serving this community for right around 3 years. Red Cross, however, has been serving Carter County for over 100 years. And throughout that time, our mission of preventing and alleviating human suffering has taken shape. We operate a lot of different services out of our office. We support military members, veterans, and their families. When a military member enlists, they fill out a contact card. That goes to the Red Cross. We're responsible for keeping up with those soldiers throughout their active duty service. And if there's an emergency and that soldier needs to get home and you can't reach them, you call the Red Cross. And we advocate at the emergency and try to get your person home to you. We continue to work with soldiers throughout their service and as they continue on and transition into civilian life through several veterans programs. We have a very small biomedical presence. We train in first aid, CPR, babysitting, all sorts of opportunities. But really, I'm here to talk to y'all about disaster. In Carter County last year, we responded to 18 families who had experienced a single family home fire or other disaster, making an investment of over $13,000 in the local community. When that happens, the fire department usually, or 911 dispatch calls us and lets us know that there has been a fire and that a family needs help. We arrive on scene immediately with no more than a 2-hour response window, making sure that families have access to their immediate life-sustaining needs, making sure they have shelter, that they have the ability to buy shoes for their family, to buy clothes, food. Also making sure their medical and mental health needs are cared for. We have volunteers who are nurses, who are fire chaplains, who are crisis counselors, making sure that our people are safe and cared for the night of the fire. We bring comfort items like crutches, blankets. The last thing we want is to get settled after what has probably been the longest day of your life, and all you want to do is take a shower. you don't have those items. We bring those. We also bring comfort items for children's and pets, and then meals and snacks. After the fire, though, I think is when a lot of our real work begins. We work with families to create individual recovery plans after their disaster. These are people who've lost everything that they worked for their entire lives in the matter of about an hour. So it's making sure that they're able to transition somewhere safely. We know that hotel assistance isn't going to last forever. We know the housing market is hard right now. We know that a lot of our clients don't have insurance. They haven't had to budget for rent in a really long time. And so helping them through that process, working with our partners to get them in somewhere safe and to get them to stability. And then if there's a fatality, we also provide additional assistance. We can't pay for the entire burial service, but we do make a contribution to help support that cost. And that is about all I've got for you guys, pending any questions for me.
Well, I'd like to make a statement before it. As long as I've been on the budget committee, there was 2 years ago or 3 years ago, there was $0 asked by the American Red Cross. And she prefaced her introduction about helping the service people out. Well, being a retired military man, I know that when something happens overseas or in the United States that involves family, guess who goes knocks on the door to let your family know about it? Now, the other occupation, I was the arson investigator for the county. I'm the only certified investigator in the 18 counties. And for an average of 142 fires per year in this county with residents, guess who comes there at the same time the fire truck does? Families, you never think about it, but you lose your house to fire. You have lost everything. You're standing there with nothing. The Red Cross people were always jolly on the spot. They were always the one to come to relieve us law officers, firefighters, fire associates and all, to take the family care for them. 3 days, I think, in a motel, transporting them to and from, providing them meals, providing them funds to handle their family. And then I want you to look for $2,500. They spend more gas than that in this county for the service they do. And it's a service that is extremely needed.
I appreciate that.
It's one of the first responders also too, because it couples all with, we get into an instance to where we have to have, we're out there in the environment, hungry, cold, thirsty. They may be helping somebody else, but they've had these old boys with shields on many, many times. So, you know, my hats are off to you.
Appreciate that so much, and thank you for your service. I will say, if you guys ever have a large-scale fire or other event going on that's going to last more than 4 hours, we'll come feed your first responders. You can call me anytime for that.
On the flip side of what he said, when I was in college, I worked in the hospitality industry and saw that firsthand. 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, bringing the families in their personal vehicles and times, and paying for their rooms, coming back the next day with breakfast, bringing clothes. And what Brad said is super true. They lose absolutely everything and have nothing. And just the direction that the Red Cross provides those families in times when they don't know what to do, I think is as valuable as any service they provide.
No, I actually was flown by the American Red Cross home from the Philippines when I was in the military because I had a family member that was on life support.
Oh my goodness,
And
were you
so
able
I
to
had
get
the
home on
phone
time?
call.
Were you able to get home on time?
Yeah. They were improving when I got home, but it took a long time to get, of course, from there. But they were the ones that contacted me. And I actually, they're the ones that spoke to me on the phone. And that makes it better that they worked it out and I'm speaking to them.
Y'all are making me a little misty. I know it's just been a long day, but I appreciate it.
Well, it hurts the worst. Like I say, I see the Red Cross military action, you know, and all the disasters, like all the hurricanes and all. But the coast, for years, be activated down to clear them out. Who's standing there? Red Cross. If I get close on them, you can guarantee they're the.
Appreciate that. We have a great a great local volunteer team that takes care of this area. We really appreciate it.
Red Cross is everywhere. I was out west a lot on fires, and when the fire started, Forest Service had put in with their tent cities, and first people there to feed was Red Cross.
Well, thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
I appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right, last but not least, Carter County Emergency Rescue.
This gentleman here, wait a minute.
Oh, Shepherd's Inn.
Shepherd's Inn.
It's probably before us. I think we were.
They're not on until what, the 20th?
Not listed.
I had reached out and hadn't heard back, but I do have their stuff if they do want to go today.
Yeah, I apologize. I did not have you on the list. I figured you were on the next set. Is it okay if I hit them up?
Sure, yeah.
All right, thanks, guys. Go ahead, come on up. Introduce yourself. Let us know who you're with.
Yeah, my name is Bud right now. I'm so sorry. I thought you had my
This is a
stuff.
little squirrely.
Don't worry, my presentation is only 40 minutes and I won't keep you too. I apologize. I don't know how I probably should have returned a call or something, but I got the letter and I misunderstood or misread, so I apologize for that. But thank you so much for letting me endure 4.5 hours and know that I wasn't on the agenda, so it's not your fault. Obviously, it's mine. My name is Paul Gabinet, and I'm the Executive Director of the Shepherd's Inn. And I will tell you that, first off, bless your hearts, your ears, and your bodies. Well, that's all I can say. You've done tremendous service, and thank you again for permitting me to be with you just for a few moments. In the note, you will see that we've asked for $12,000 in the past years, and I've asked for $12,000 again for this year. What that does is that simply pays for the mortgage on the house for women and children who are coming out of domestic violence or otherwise temporarily homeless for reasons beyond their control. We have get a call, if the call comes in, we respond to the call, whether it be coming from 911, the police department, sheriff's department, or social services, et cetera, et cetera. Your shelter has been 24/7 for 25 years. It's hard to believe. I was a mere baby when I started working here. And I will tell you that I have thoroughly enjoyed the opportunity to see women who had had nowhere to go, no place to turn, and bring children to us. And frankly, oftentimes with only the clothes on their backs, brought in by the sheriff's department and police department. And then we take it from there, basically. With thousands of phone calls over the 25 years, I'm getting a little retro here, but thousands of phone calls, 1,000 people who've been in the shelter, the transitional housing. I have seen, there's no question in my personal mind that lives have been saved because they were able to escape a situation. First person we admitted to the shelter 25 years ago, 2 children. They found him dead 2 days later after she came to shelter, 4 days later after she came to the shelter. He hung himself in the barn with a note saying that I would have taken you all with me if I could find you. The shelter has a non-disclosed location. And so we, there are people who know probably where it is, but we don't display that in any way, form. The shelter maintains a program that they don't just come in. We work with them on the national average. It's between 48, 55, 68, it depends, % return back to the abuser. Your shelter, I'm pleased to tell you, is about 14%. And I think it's because of the way we approach things, perhaps, maybe it's a little psychology, but mainly because of the love and care that we give them. I won't go into details. You have the brochures there. You have the information. The bottom line truly is that this is an essential service project. It's been going on, as I said, for 25 years. We don't try to reinvent the wheel. We network with our agencies throughout this community and beyond. We communicate with the Department of Human Services or through our police and sheriff's department or through Charlotte Taylor. We work with what the need is at the time. The latest one came in Friday night. face was beat up pretty bad. He's in the head, and here, he's in jail. We okayed her to go to work eventually. Yesterday, when we put the Easter baskets for, I went to church yesterday morning, I gave them all the Easter baskets and their kids. I have some kids in there as well. And she put some makeup in there, came from Fabulosity, I think it's called, some weird place that sends us makeup on a regular basis. I have no idea how thrilled they were with makeup and all of them. So I have a woman there with the 2 children, and she comes into us with no place to go, nowhere to turn. And we're working with Arch in Johnson City, of course, to help them. I hope you have a little bit of pride for the fact that we have the only shelter in the community, that you have a place where people who are not heard and often seen have a place to go when they're so afraid of the situation they're in. And I thank you. You had trouble some years back paying the mortgage on time. And I came to you all, and you've been taking care of that every year ever since. That check is deposited the day I get it, and I write a check, get it signed by 2 members of the board, and I take it to Carter County Bank just as fast as I can. So it's every dime is designated. Bless your hearts. Thank you so much for what you do. Thank you for allowing me to come here. If you have any questions or procedures, I'll be glad to stay the extra 45 minutes and answer anything you want. So. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for letting me come in and do this when I'm not on the agenda. I do appreciate that, and I'm sorry.
Luckily, hearings are a whole lot easier to get through.
I'm sorry.
I said hearings are a whole lot easier to get through with stuff like that.
Well, I'm grateful to you all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Arnold.
Since we weren't supposed to be here tonight, I apologize.
That's okay.
I thought it was tonight, so thank you for letting us go anyway. If you're willing to wait 4.5 hours, we're willing.
Oh, no, I appreciate it.
I'm sorry.
Well, we had a couple others that canceled out tonight. Surprisingly, 4 others that canceled out tonight, so.
We're gonna do a little presentation. It can be short. You've got our budget. No, I don't believe that. You've got our budget request.
I say I ain't believe it's short because I've been here just as long as you have, and you have never been.
Well, I'm doing it tonight, so.
I'll get it done here. I just know it.
But really, it's all there, what we did when we started, whole 9 yards. There's no setting up here to repeat the whole thing again. You've got the budget, you've got this. We'll go over it just a little bit. Any questions? We will be provided. You didn't see that back there.
It's starting to warm up, I think.
Okay.
So you should all have 2 items from us. The first was our actual budget that we presented. I think it's bound with the wire, so you all have that one for the plastic. We also brought a copy of this presentation tonight. I didn't know if we would be able to use the projector or not. So this is the presentation that we'll be going over. There's more in here than I'll go over tonight because it has been a long time, and everything that I would say is in here. I know a lot of you, well, I don't know how many right here tonight are new this year to the commission, but just in case some of you didn't know our history or know how things have developed for us, I thought I would put this together for you. So here's just a list of what is in the presentation. We'll skip through that so a brief history of our services. A lot of you have been here the whole time, hearing Terry every year talk about our request for funding. But just so you know where we came from, if you are new, if you didn't pay attention to us before, I grew up in this county and I didn't know much about the rescue squad until I became a part of it. So the dam was created in 1949 and they realized the need for responding to incidents on the lake that would happen. So we were founded in 1951. It was started by 4 people. And they got the father of UMass, Julian Wise, to come and help them organize it. It started with
old Army surplus truck, and then it crashed, and they had to use the captain at the time station wagon to transport people to the hospital. We've gone through a lot of changes since then. EMS in Tennessee only began in 1972, so I've been here working more than half of EMS life in Tennessee, basically, even more than that. But basically, the people became more educated, got licenses, EMS professionals. We incorporated, started charging for our services. The rescue team became more advanced, better equipment, better services. And now we respond to more than 12,000 calls every year with specialized treatment, pretty much the best you can get. We have great protocols. Dr. Reynolds is our medical director now, and he does a wonderful job. And that 12,000 calls are just the EMS calls. That's not all we do. Obviously, there's a lot more. We provide 3 different types of services. The EMS services, if you call 911, that's who you'll get. We also have a transport division now that just is involved with taking people to and from appointments, the doctor's office, discharges from the hospital when they need an ambulance to get back home, those kinds of things. Our rescue services are the things that people have known as probably for the longest. The rescues from the search and rescues, cutting you out of your vehicle when you're stuck from an accident. We have a drone that's highly specialized to use with our search and rescues. And I'll just briefly hit these, Terry, if you want to hit any of these as we go through. But our water rescues, we have a dive team that started back up now. We have sonar and ROV to use at the lake when looking for victims. And like I said, you can see through the rest of these. A couple I want to highlight, we've started a training center at the rescue squad, and we've turned out a new class of EMTs, and I've employed all of them, so it's helping with our staffing problem. I'm really excited about the dual enrollment class that's going on with Cloudland. We have it at Cloudland and at our facility. And we're getting our first classes getting ready to graduate, and they get to go through graduation at Northeast State and walk with the other graduates. So I'm really excited for them because as soon as they're finished, they'll be ready to take their test and work as EMTs. So they're actually getting out as an EMS professional, not just a first responder. Not that that's a problem, but they actually can have employment as soon as they come out. They're ready. So I'm really excited about them. And Terry's starting a thing this year. We're going to donate a LifeVac anti-choking device to all of the schools in Carter County for them to keep in near their lunchrooms to help with a choking incident. Because honestly, for us to get there in time to really help, we'd have to be pretty close and not busy on other calls. And as we all know, we've been really busy, and response times have gotten longer at times. So we wanted to do that part at least to help. And here's some pictures of what we've done, of course. And most of these are real incidents. That's a car wreck at the top. You can't even tell what it was, but it was a car wreck. There's a farm rescue incident where the tractor rolled over. The top right is confined space, but that's a training picture. That's not from an actual rescue. The bottom left is, of course, a Swiftwater. There's a picture of a drone like the one we have. And there is a link to an article that was written about our drone, which is pretty neat. And then down here, they're using on the bottom right, they're using ropes to rescue a victim from Twisting Falls, and that one happened not too long ago. I had 600 pictures to look through today, so I just grabbed some of this stuff out. Our qualifications, you can read through all this. We obviously meet all of our state and local, all the requirements that are put on us. We're audited every year by the state of Tennessee to make sure we're in compliance with all those regulations and our training requirements.
And they also check their tires when they come. We take tires, we've got plenty of thread to it, I consider plenty. But the state will not allow us to use it. And I don't think that anybody else has to follow under them laws. He checks us, he downs that truck, it's a $500 fine to come back and re-inspect it again. So that's just one instance the state can do to you.
And we have to have our trucks that have more than, is it 200,000 miles or 300,000 miles and they have to be inspected.
Every 200,000 miles, we have to have an inspection that certifies that truck every 30,000 miles while it's in. So now in the house, we have a ASE certification mechanic now. But we was averaging a little over $1,000 for every truck that was over 30,000. We had to do it for every 200,000.
So there's lots of requirements on us and we meet all of them. And also our finances are audited every year by Grace Station CPAs and they've never found anything wrong. So we have a lot of requirements and we meet them.
29 years we've had a perfect audit.
And this brief history of our funding, I've heard Terry say before that some of you may not realize how it's gone for us here, but just looking back to 2009 and 10, in those years we were getting 241,000. In 2011 and 12, we agreed to give 30,000 of our money from the county to the fire departments, and then they were going to pay it back to us the following year. Well, the following year, not only did they not pay us back, they also cut the rest of what we had in half, more than half, down to 104,000 or something. So in the years since then, it's gone up and it's gone back down and up and back down. So to where we are last year. And last year we were at 371,000 and some change. The bottom line, if you look back at this, in 14 years, our money has only gone up $30,000 a year from before. But a lot of things, inflation, costs, everything has gone up out of proportion to that 30,000 increase. And at the same time, our costs have been going up. And of course, y'all can read through these and they're true for everybody. The fire departments, everyone who you've talked to or who's spoken to you tonight. Fuel costs have gone up, utilities, our medical supplies and equipment have gone up, the cost of trucks, the cost of tires, the cost of everything that we buy.
That was about 3 weeks ago. The cheapest ambulance we can buy now is $300,000. That's only good for about 4.5 years. But we just keep high maintenance on them and keep running, because right now you can't even get a truck. We've been almost 2 years, the one the county was gonna buy. It's still being processed. We can't buy them now. They're already today, it's over 2 years to get it. So it's long-term planning for that.
And we have to pay 911 to dispatch our ambulances for emergency calls. And when in 2019, that was 53,000 and some a year. Now it's up to 62,000, almost 63. We've outsourced our billing at the request of the commission. And so there's fees for that. And you can see those all in the budget packet that was submitted. But and also cost of labor has gone up. Salaries have gone up, the cost of benefits, the cost of their insurance, the cost just to train them, because we have to pay them to come in to be trained. So it's overtime. So we're working on using a lot of online solutions. They're not quite as good really as in-person training, hands-on, but we're trying to make everything, all the ends meet. In 2020, we added a 4th shift so that we could put all the trucks on 12-hour shifts. And I told Terry today, I really believe that already we would have been unable to staff units if we had not done this, because the employees we had left were just drowning, working 24 hours and not enough of them to staff all the trucks. So they were running a lot more calls than they needed to be.
That DOT says 14 hours and you have to rest. It was 24 hours a day, and then leaving at 3 o'clock in the morning, going to Vandy and get back 3, 4 o'clock that evening. I said no more, and we got together with it. That's why we were 12-hour shifts.
And I really believe we'd be out of business by now, or it would be like the 5 or 6 of us that have been there a long time trying to make up a truck to go like a volunteer organization or something if it happens. So I really think that saved us. And the cost of rescue operations has gone up. A lot of the people on the team are volunteers, but it's very expensive to maintain their training and to keep them ready for dangerous missions that they need to be prepared
There are
for.
about 25 volunteers that do a lot of the rescue stuff with our paid staff.
departments. It's a mixture.
So we don't pay them, but we have to pay to maintain them, and we pay for workers' comp insurance for them, and
We got to respond immediately. And the other night, we had one up on the run. It was 40 degrees, sustained winds at 50 mile an hour. And they was in the upper section of Grassy Ridge, Carter County side. He went in with jogging shorts and a t-shirt basically and got lost. And he was from Nashville. He works in Charlotte. Just came by because, you know, when you're talking about like the Chamber of Commerce and the address, the beauty and everything, we have to pick those people up. A lot of them people won't pay their bill. And, but I still have to pay those people to go in and get. It's a continuous thing I have to do. But it saved that man's life that night. It could be one of you, it could be your kids, it could be your neighbor, whatever. We even offer, if you're going on the Appalachian Trail, we've been putting out flyers too down in Jordan. Come by and tell us, or call 911 and give us your pre-plan, what you're going to do. Because, if you get lost, we've got a general idea. We have to ping the towers to try to cross-reference where they're at. And sometimes we don't, but we got a guy, James Heaton, that works with us. He is absolutely a professional at mapping. He writes his maps, he does everything. And he will tell those guys, we have spot satellite devices on us anyway. And it sends it up the satellite back down to our command unit. And we know exactly where that person is. And I've heard James say, well, take 5 steps and turn right and you'll be right there at it. Because you couldn't see, it was so foggy. That happened the other night. It was so foggy, they had to put their lights down so low before they could even see. But there's so much to tell you all. And I don't have to sit here and tell you, it's here too. And it's offered any time to come up and look at our books. I've always been transparent about that. It's always been there. And you'll see that you get a big bang. And the reason we're at our budget end, we gotta have it. We're going to have to start taking away a lot of stuff that we do because I gotta run a business. I run it as a business. If I keep giving it out free, well, guess what? Y'all gonna be looking for an ambulance service somewhere. So, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm almost finished, I promise. At the same time that the costs have been increasing, our revenue has been decreasing. And it's not through any fault of ours, through our billing or the ambulance company, the service we're using now, not through their fault. Years ago, Medicaid stopped paying the leftover amounts from Medicare, the copays, and they had us write it off. So if they have Medicaid or TennCare, we can't charge them any of their copays from any of their other insurances at all. So that part's just written off and gone, which is good for the patient, but makes it harder for us. And then Medicare Advantage plans, I think this has been one of the worst things to happen to reimbursement for the providers because they allow the same charges as Medicare basically, but they assign a much greater portion to the patient to pay out of pocket. So when we take someone back home from the ER to their house and they have Humana Gold Plus, they allow our entire charge and they pay zero because the entire charge, they assign that to the patient as their copay, which will be like $209 or something. And a lot of these patients go multiple times, even if not maybe in the same week, in the same month, and they're on fixed incomes. And a lot of them can't afford to pay us. They've used all their extra money to buy their Medicare Advantage plan. And all their costs are going up just like everyone else's. So that has been a really bad, had a really big effect on our income. And then now we have a new problem. The VA, they decided to start paying the Medicare allowed amount rather than the full charges. And it won't cost the veteran anymore because we have to write it off, but we'll get a lot less reimbursement for the people that we take who have the VA insurance. And on top of that, call volume isn't predictable. With the pandemic, we lost a lot of call volume for a while. It's starting to come back up. In general, the bottom line is insurances are paying less and leaving the patients more to pay out of pocket, and they're just not able really to have the increase. They were struggling in the beginning. So this slide alone is probably the most important one in this whole packet because it explains why we're asking for more money this year, significantly more money. These statistics came straight out of the reports that I sent to HRSA for our reporting on the money we got from COVID. We started to lose revenue in the second quarter of 2020. It got worse in 2021, and then finally in 2022, it started improving. I don't know yet the projection for this year, what it will be. But in 2020, you can see we lost over $400,000, $432 in 2021. But it was improving in 22, it's only $242,000 of lost revenue. This is all compared to 2019. So it's not like compared to a long time ago. 2019 until now, we've lost a total of $1,098,000 and 29.48 cents. So everything is costing us more, and we're doing everything we can to keep up and have enough ambulances staffed. And right now, our staffing is better, much, much better than it was this time last year when we came to you. And I'm very thankful for that. But we've lost over $1 million just in 3 or 4 years. So we've had to ask for a lot more this year. And that brings us to our current request. And of course, you've had that. It's a huge number compared to the other things we've heard people ask you for tonight. But we really need it, or we would not ask for it, I assure you. We're asking for an EMS allocation of $577,470.21. That is a significant increase for the EMS side. That's $376,365.21. On the rescue allocation, we're asking for $200,000. That's an increase of $30,000. The main focus of this is to add additional staff, additional trucks on the road, because right now, on nights and weekends, there are only 3 ambulances staffed in Carter County to take care of about 61,000 or so people, depending on when the census is done again. I would like for that number to be a lot better. During the weekdays, we have our convalescent ambulances, and they will switch over and take 911 calls when needed, when they're available to help with that load. So Monday through Friday, daytime we're not in such a bad shape. But on nights and weekends, we've got 3 ambulances. There's one in Rome Mountain and one in Hampton and one in Stony Creek. And they're there every time. You may not see them because often they come in and they leave and they don't come back until they manage to make shift change. But thank goodness, it's only 12 hours. And then they can go home and sleep and eat and get ready for the next day. So.
It was like the other night on that Saturday night rescue, I had 4 trucks that came out into Rome Mountain. Had 2 cardiac arrests, had a stroke, and then I had that mission going on. That took everything from Elizabeth, Weiss and Rome Mountain. And, we have to be there, and that's what you pay for, whether we're doing anything or not. It's like a fire department. You're being paid to protect the citizens of Carter County, whether you're doing anything or not. And just like the VA, I want to make sure that everybody understands. During the COVID, we was forced to take our people that had COVID or the symptoms to a location of Sycamore Shoals Hospital. Because of the COVID, they put people here, they put people here, and they told us what to do. So we had to honor that. Well, COVID's gone, and I went back to them and said, we're taking their people back to where they want to go. So if you go, and we come and get you, and you go within the locality of the Tri-Cities area, we will take you where you go. I get a lot of flack from Valley Health because you got to know their system a little bit, why they're doing this. They're putting people, and maybe Irwin's got bone or CT scans, and Sycamore Shoals got, kind of a move up to the big house, more I would say. But we are being taking the people where they want, and they give us a hard time over it. People has the right to go where they want. Point blank, it's already in our policy, and no questions asked.
We always did take them to the VA at least, so.
And we try our best to tell them where they need to go. The day in, they want to go. That's what gets us in trouble with the vets. They want to go to the VA. Well, the VA says they're denying us to go there. They will not see the patient. You have to go to the med center. Well, the VA's gonna pay for that bill. You know what I'm saying? But you're not going to the VA. One time, way before, you was promised that, that's where you go. We've had doctors standing in the ER entrance, hand to hand, not allowing us to go in.
It's ironic you say that. I just talked to a vet today who went to ambulance ride, and he was headed to the VA, and the VA diverted him to the med center. And he's livid because the VA says they're not gonna pay his ambulance bill.
If they have Medicare or another insurance, then the VA won't pay.
But insurance is all changing a lot. I hear a lot of it, I ain't paying that copay. The psychiatrist said I didn't have to pay. No such thing. That's where we're at. If you look at it, if you need me the next time, I'll be more than come. But,
I'll try to come the day you want us to. I'm sorry.
I know it's late, but
Can I ask you one question real quick? So those totals that you gave us in there, I just got a copy of the totals in the contract, right?
They are, and the contract is proposed for 4
Contract
years.
says 577,000.
Okay.
yeah, 777,000.
But then it also, did it not say the 200?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
And that, if that
Those
is
totals are in there.
agreed on for it would be for 4 years, so we wouldn't be up here every year asking for an increase until 4 years from now. And we'll go back and work on that, whatever we have to do, but.
Does anybody else have any questions for Director Arnold or anybody?
If you think of some later, please call us or come by and see us, or thank you for staying to listen to us.
Thank y'all for what you do.
Are we still on the 13th?
As far as I know, yes. I will not be here Thursday. My daughter has a ballet recital.
They have them all the time.
We have these budget meetings. They got moved from Friday to Thursday. So it was going to be at the Bonnie Kate, and then it got moved to Milligan. So
Yeah, I want to take
Well,
pictures.
after raise the mind, my question to you is.
there's one this Thursday too. So I won't be here this Thursday, but anything other than that, I'll be here.
Trust me, I have 5 minutes. Been doing this 4.5, 5 hours now.
You only have Thursday, it's only, so it's on Thursday?
Okay, so Mary Carrier did not show up to Elizabeth and Flowers, so is he coming Thursday?
No, they're they're moved to the 20th, is that correct?
I want a copy of that, please.
Okay, well, this doesn't have the 13th on it.
No, but I want to see all the ones that we've done.
Best thing, Raz just smelled back.
Yeah, Elizabethton Public Library, Elizabethton Parks and Rec, Elizabethton Fire, and Boys and Girls Club will be on the 20th. I think those are the ones. And then I've got other notes on here, so this is gonna be hard to read. Yeah, adjust it for the ones that moved.
They want to send it out to all of us.
The Boys and Girls Club moved to the 20th. They were supposed to be on the night, but they had someone get
I'd
ill.
like to see who we did tonight, if you don't care. I think it's on your copy, but then who's coming Thursday. We need a motion to dismiss. Darren?
We need to do the nominating committee, but we can do that. Can we do that Thursday?
Oh, yeah, it is, isn't it? That's a lot.
It's a scheduled meeting. I don't know why not. Do that Thursday and everything.
And it's been advertised, but the nominating meeting hasn't been scheduled for that night.
Next meeting.
Well, let's
Do-
adjourn. Make a motion to adjourn budget.
Second,
I'll second.
second by Dr. Acuff. All in favor, say aye. Aye. What you got for nominating?
Oh, we'll put it on.
Well, I mean, if we
Not
want
an
to
easy
put it off,
table.
we need to put it off to the 20th so we could re-advertise it. That's the only thing.
Do what?
If we needed to put it off, we would need to put it off until the 20th so we could re-advertise.
20th of
It's not anything that's so long, is it?
what?
Not anything that's so long.
The only thing is Mr. McQueen resigned, so you need a chairman.
I would like to nominate Donnie Cagle for sheriff.
Well, we gotta call it to order first.
Oh, well.
You can go with the same role for the other, you can go with the same role for the other meeting. You don't have to do a roll call. Unless somebody decides to leave.
Okay, let's get this over with. How's the agenda? Let's do it.
Speaking of that, does anybody have the agenda?
It's buried over here.
The minutes was in the last commission package.
Pass this around, please. One more.
Yes.
We need a motion to approve the agenda.
Yep. Motion to approve.
Need a motion to approve the agenda first?
Motion to approve.
Second. All in favor? If you read the minutes, you need a motion to approve the minutes. It was in the last.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Public comments. Now the new business is to nominate and elect a new chairperson, nominate committee. Floor is now open.
Motion to nominate Donnie Cagle, if he so chooses and he thinks he wants to do it.
I'll second that.
I'll accept it.
I move that nominations cease and we appoint by acclamation.
Second.
When a new chairperson. You co-chair.
I got too much on my plate right now.
I'm saying, do we vote on?
Oh, yeah, we vote on this one. We vote on this one. And this can be a voice vote as well. It can be a voice vote. You don't have to call roll.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye. Opposed?
All opposed?
Unanimous.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you. Okay, I will need a co-chair quickly. Motion to co-chair.
Who's the rookie of the rookies? He's got his, well, he's got enough cheer.
I would nominate Danny Deal if he'll do it.
Yeah.
I second.
Seeing no other nominations, I'll make a friendly amendment to elect by acclamation. Cease nominations and elect by acclamation.
All in favor?
Aye. Opposed? Motion to adjourn?
You adjourn.
Second that.
Yes. All in favor?
I'm done, hell, I'm good.
Yeah, no kidding.
Go back to bed. I don't know. They're probably talking and getting.
Zero rating, whatever changed.
Seen that.
You flipped me out when you said that about ballet. I was like, don't tell me that was
I was looking down, I kept seeing the same line, I was noticing it's different levels of employment, so. I forget.
Yeah.
The director didn't change. It was just,
You're gonna be wired if you drink all those. I can't even drink one.
Yeah, I've heard of there's no fire, but. I've never seen anything like that. Do you have any? It'd be like just like doing.
It's red wine.
Where are you at with him?
What is this with you and long distance?
Hey, I'll do you a favor and not come Thursday.
That's what
I'll
it
do
is.
you a favor and not come on
Y'all